I'm going to call this meeting of the Mountain View Westman School District Board of Trustees to order at 6:01 PM, and that's for a roll call. Ellen Wheeler.
Bill Lambert.
Jose Gutierrez Jr.
Let the record reflect we have a quorum and we expect trustee Coladonato shortly. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by trustee Lambert, seconded by trustee Gutierrez that we approve the agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Move on to item 2, opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Seeing no one wishing to speak, I will adjourn to closed session at 6:02.
Other places being used for registration. Enrollment.
So your daughter was here? Was this for a vacation?
Yeah, vacation. She was, she went with her friend, France. Somebody told her that.
They'll move that chair. Oh. Where's how? Doesn't he switch it out? It's cold out there, isn't it? kind of meetings without sticky notes. I can't seem to do it. You need some sticky notes? No, I don't need them. I can. Oops. Oh. We can get you some. We can get you some. No, it's okay. Are you sure? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh.
This little guy, it's a worm.
We got our because I almost had to go in. When they're earlier in the life, which apparently we'll be seeing a lot of. Is it on the map too? That's okay. That's what I noticed. They do?
You didn't put up her picture.
Yeah. I said that to her, like, that's not on my radar ever.
Good here.
He's been in Robert's office. See,
The other chair we get in.
what's the cost of living like in Toronto?
A whole lot better than down here.
A lot better.
Housing is, I mean, when you pay for 800 square feet, you can get 2,500 square feet of that. It's getting worse, but it's not anything like that.
What are the areas are New York? Vancouver's getting close. Is it?
Yeah, probably. Well, kind of. Yeah. Well,
Yeah. Who's the guy who wrote that?
Yeah, I get the industry, right? There's another way. Is it Korea?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sure.
If Cervantes is Hispanic and name was English, who's to town? Oh, this is Dante. Okay, right.
That's fine.
Corona has been positive for us. People's chair.
Two weeks with me. 2 days this week. And then we first do on Monday. What's it? First do Thursday, second is first do Friday. And then it's another death on Tuesday, which is Saturday, Sunday. I go into work just to get work done on the weekends. I can't get it done. Well, and I'm hustling for clients. So, and then, It's good proposal, though. Very well, so it just, it's funny, like the base is- and that's what. It's a unique material. So it's omega 3. You can like, stick with one case and just go through it. So yeah, makes sense. So, but now, because I'm CBN, well, because
Okay, it's great going into advertising.
competition is so bad, right? That's the
It's
master.
just really hard for people enjoying cold Thursday morning.
If you're
And
not
it's
good
good
with
with
that,
the
you
mood.
gotta-
You prefer one.
Oh, yeah.
Cold, you just put another layer on back.
Yeah.
But you can only take off so many layers.
I didn't get any.
How about that article in the Voice today? See, that's.
Which one? I haven't seen the paper voice. I've been reading the online voice for a long time. Oh, yeah. No, I read that. Yeah. And Pat Showalter's a friend of mine.
Oh, yes. She's the other one.
Yeah. Stephen? Okay, here we go. I'm going to call this meeting of the Mountain View Westman School District Board of Trustees back to order at 6:30 and say that no action was taken in closed session. I'll ask everyone to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, now we're already on item 5, consent agenda. There's 2 items on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I would like to pull item B.
Okay. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the personnel report?
Motion to approve the consent agenda with just. the
Item
personnel
I.
report.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by trustee Coladonato and seconded by trustee Lambert that we approve item A from the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And I'll note that at the end of our action items, we will go back to item 5B. And let's see, I'm going to write a note to myself right now. All right. Now we'll go on to item 6, communications. Employee organizations. First up is Mountain View Educators Association. Is there anyone here wishing to speak to us from this organization? Seeing none, I'll ask, is there anyone from the California School Employees Association? Anyone from that organization? No. So we'll move on to item B, district committees, and I'll note that we've just finished a very long break. So I don't know if anybody was meeting, but does anybody have a report in the district committees?
No, but President Wheeler, could I ask you a question?
Sure.
Could I direct a question to staff to ask what the difference between the agenda, if there's any difference between the agendas that were handed out tonight and the ones we had in the packets? What- what- Oh, that's the only difference? Okay. Thank you. That's all I wanted to figure out.
Okay. I see the President of the Teachers Union just arrived and we already went past this item. Do you wish to address the board?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank
New
you.
Year.
Thank you. Okay, move on to item 6C, superintendent report.
Just wanted to say Happy New Year. It's going to be a great year.
All right,
I
thank
second
you.
that.
Okay, move on to community comments. This is the item, this is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. Is anyone here to speak to the board during this time? Seeing none, we will move on in this swimming fashion to item 8A, review and action. Award the Crittenden Middle School auditorium and new classrooms / library building project construction contractor.
Good evening. I think the item is pretty self-explanatory. We went through the bid process for the Crittenden Middle School auditorium and new classroom library building. BHM was the lowest responsive bidder, and we're bringing that contract forward tonight to the board for approval.
Okay, any questions or comments by the board? Any community comments? Okay, we'll move it back for a motion by the board.
I move that the board award the Crittenden Middle School auditorium and new classroom library building project to BHM Construction.
Second. Is that supposed to have a dollar amount in the stated?
In the action?
No, you don't need to.
In the motion?
Okay, it's been moved by trustee Lambert, seconded by trustee Gutierrez, that the board award the Crittenden Middle School auditorium and new classroom / library building project to BHM Construction.
May I make a comment on this
Sure.
motion? So I don't wish to oppose this, but it's my belief that this sort of project is why Measure G is over budget now. I think that we probably needed to consider all the trade-offs across the district when we're, instead of just looking at the middle schools. So to me, this is symbolic. The $17 million project is symbolic of poor planning on our part. And if we do another bond, I'd encourage us as a board and staff to figure out how it will all be spent before we start parceling out big chunks like this. So I'm going to abstain on this motion.
Okay, thank you for letting us know.
Sure.
All in favor of this motion for the board to award the Crittenden Middle School auditorium and new classroom / library building project to BHM Construction, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Aye. Or
Okay.
whatever you say. but
Yes, thank you.
Abstain.
So let the record reflect that 4 trustees voted in favor of this, which means that it passes, and 1 trustee abstained, which was trustee Coladonado. Okay, now we go on to item B, waiver for transitional kindergarten, and I note that embedded in this item is a public hearing, but who is the person in charge of this item?
Okay, so good evening. So tonight I'm here before you to ask that we hold a public hearing and you approve us in the process to move forward with a waiver process with the California Department of Education. Currently, our transitional kindergarten program is a half-day program, while our regular kindergarten program is a full-day program. And so with the law regarding transitional K, we have to apply for a waiver in order to have 2 different lengths of days. And with that, we had to go through a variety of steps before we got here. We had to consult with a representative from the Mountain View Educators Association. We consulted with Jonathan Bearson. We brought it to the district advisory committee, and we got some great suggestions for our program in general. And then we come here, ask you to hold a public hearing as well as approve us to move forward. And then we have to actually submit our waiver to the Department of Ed, and it will go through their process at the state level and go on their agenda for March. So that's what I'm here for.
Thank you. Any questions or comments by the board? Trustee Nelson?
Thank you. I assume that this, because transitional kindergarten doesn't have anything to do with target students or ELL or economically disadvantaged, so there isn't,
Sure.
right? That's right. Okay.
Well, no, it has a whole range of students,
It has
just
a whole
like
range, but it's not.
just like our regular kindergarten
Right.
classes.
Do you know, by the way, what the percentage of, I was under the impression both because it was held at Castro, is that correct?
It's actually, we have 2 classes at Landals, 2 classes at Therakoff, and 1 class at Castro.
Oh, okay. Do you happen to know what the proportion of target student, I'm going to use a target student euphemism because that's in, it combines.
I do not have those numbers with me.
Okay. the reason I'm asking is this issue of the number of hours of instructional time and the number of hours of being in a room with somebody who teaches, who speaks English and who has at least some level of college education is, I think, indicative of what Ellen Wheeler and I have been trying to support, and I know the other trustees, is increase the number of hours, instructional hours for economically disadvantaged families as they come into our school system. So that's where my questioning is coming from. Though I didn't ask it earlier. Maybe
No,
I'll send
I
in a
understand.
question to the superintendent after the meeting.
That's fine.
Any other questions or comments by the board? I'm going to close the public part of this meeting at the meeting at 6:39 and open up a public hearing at 6:39 and 10 seconds and ask if anyone would like to address the board on this item at this time.
Point is, I think we have to include.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
We got this
Seeing
right,
none,
right?
I will close the public hearing at 6:40 and reopen our public meeting at 6:40 and 5 seconds. And ask that the board approve the district. This is strangely worded, that the board approve the district to move forward with the waiver process to allow Mountain View Westman School District to have a shortened day for transitional kindergarten for 2015-16 and 2016-17.
I second that.
I
Because
just
the
read,
chair-
I just read
The
the
chair
motion.
can, the chair can make a
I
motion.
understand that, but I
Yeah.
didn't make a motion. I just read the motion. So would anyone like to move this motion?
Yeah, I move.
All right.
What
I
what you
said.
just said.
And is there a second?
I second it.
All right. Been moved by trustee Lambert, seconded by trustee Nelson, that the board approve the district moving forward with the waiver process to allow Mountain View Westman School District to have a shortened day for transitional kindergarten for 2015, 2016, and 2016-17. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Sorry.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, and now we go back to item 5B, which is the action item under consent agenda, the actuary study report that was pulled by trustee Nelson.
Yeah, this is more, I'm fine with voting yes for it. This is more for Dr. Clark. Fortunately, I didn't bring the copies of, I didn't bring the particular copies of the particular page that I outlined. It talks about, to go over the issue of reserve accounts and what this does. And actually, there was a question about how we can get 4% on this money that was in there. My understanding is the only thing that we have put away, not into an escrow account, but into a dedicated reserve, which means the board has voted on it, is the money that they're talking about. It's Fund 20. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. And if we wanted to do something where we would get this 4 or 5% that they were talking about, we would have to make this into an escrow account, some of either all or some of that millions of dollars into an escrow account. So we don't run out of money when Jonathan retires, for instance.
Right. The idea to get those high returns is to set up an irrevocable trust.
Okay. My understanding is the way we're doing it now, we're funding it, it says pay as you go.
Pay as you go.
Meaning we're doing pay as you go, but we also have this extra money that is in a fund that even though we voted to put it there, it's protected against a rainy day reserve issue from the state in the calculations, right?
I don't know. I don't understand what you're asking.
It's very complicated because this unfortunately is very complicated.
Fund-
The
fund-
fact that we voted to put it into this reserve and the board voted on it as a board action makes it a dedicated reserve, and that means it doesn't go against this 6% limit that's currently in law. Is that correct?
Right, so you have a lot of topics in that one question.
Yeah.
So
I know.
if
I
you're
know.
loo- If you're looking at the calculation of a district's reserves, that's only Fund 1 and Fund 2.
No, I actually am
Let
not.
me finish. You have a lot of topics. I'm trying to get to all of them. So Fund 1 and Fund 17 are the only two funds that are used to calculate the district's reserves. Fund 20 is not a special reserve. It's just a separate fund. It's the idea of taking your checking account and partitioning it out into certain expenses. Fund 20 can't be touched by the state, but we can use it for any purpose.
Right.
It's not limited in the sense that it's only there. You can move that money back
I
out to
absolutely not
something
understand
else.
that.
Right.
Okay. I assume Jonathan and the rest of the teachers understand that also, that we put that money away, but we can move it wherever we want to, whenever we want to. The auditors suggest that one of the things that we could do to decrease the total amount of spending by the district is to put that into, put all or some of those millions into an account that then we can get a return of 4%. Because I think now we're getting a return of 0.05% because it sits in the county treasurer's
Yes.
general fund, right?
I think it's a little higher, but yes, it's with the county treasurer.
A couple of years ago, I know it was 0.05%. It was,
But
they
keep in
got
mind-
burned 12 years ago and they're
Keep in
very,
mind for the future, pay-as-you-go is very common for many districts in the state of California. It's not very common to have an irrevocable trust.
I
for the
understand that.
For the simple fact that people, once you put it into the trust, it can only be used for that liability.
It's irrevocable, but according to GASB 45, we can't renege on this promise. And in fact, if we don't hold reserves in some level, our bond rating goes down.
Are you talking
Correct?
about Fund 20?
If we don't, GASB 45 was a big hammer over all government agencies that had unfunded future liabilities to their retirees for whatever reason. It was a big hammer to say you have to account for that on your books. And part of the reason we're going through this audit is because we have to account for it on our books and we have to say how we're going to pay for it. Is that correct?
Not correct. It's totally legal. GASB 45, yes, you do have to account for your unfunded liability for the
Right.
future for your retirees. However, pay-as-you-go is totally legal.
I understand
So for us
that.
as a district, we can pay that bill every year for the next 20 years.
I absolutely,
There's no need to set aside millions of dollars into account. You don't have to do it that way.
I understand it. The auditor says if we take this money that we've already voted to set aside in a way that we can pull it back, if we take some of that, invest it, we can get a higher investment return. Is that correct?
Into a trust, you'll have a better return than we have at the county treasurer. Yes.
Right. Okay.
But knowing that the limits, that once it's in a trust, it can never come out.
I understand
So
that.
can we vote now?
I understand that. Okay.
Trustee Nelson, can we vote on this?
I hope we don't plan to use up that $5 million and have unfunded liabilities because that's going to hurt our bond rating.
I move the
So-
question.
Yeah, okay.
I second. I would like to call the motion but I would like to make a slight correction to a real short comment that you made, Trustee Nelson.
Please don't correct me. You can put your own opinion, but I don't
accept any corrections.
I don't know.
So why don't you listen to what I'm going to say and
Right.
I'll tell you whether it is fact or fiction.
You'll tell me?
Come on, people.
Anyway,
You
Ellen,
said we are operating under a 6% reserve and that is,
under 6% what?
that's what you said. Maybe you and I
Oh,
should
yeah.
talk
No, no.
afterwards.
Right.
No district is required to do a 6% reserve at this time. That
Right.
proposition was only if certain circumstances
Right.
went into effect,
Which have not.
Okay,
which have not.
okay. Sorry. I didn't know whether the rainy day fund had reserves money into it yet.
Okay.
Do you accept her correction?
Yeah.
All right.
Good.
I would like to, will someone make a motion to approve item 5B from
I
the
think-
consent agenda?
the motion was made and seconded, and
Yeah,
that was
that-
discussion you were doing for it, so I'm ready to just vote. Right?
We still need a motion.
Didn't you make a
We
motion?
did
Oh, I'm
to
sorry.
move forward. Can I have a motion?
I move that we approve which item is it? Item
Item 5D.
5D of the agenda? 5B of the agenda.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by trustee Lambert, seconded by trustee Gutierrez, that we approve item 5B under the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, now we will go on to review and discussion. Item A, Mountain View Educational Foundation Report.
Yeah, so it's my pleasure to introduce Allison and Adrian to discuss, or one of the two. And they're all wonderful partners from MVEF.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Adrienne Heiskanen, and I'm the board president this year for the Mountain View Educational Foundation. And we will be preparing a full report in April or May. I don't think it's on the calendar yet, but we wanted to just give you a brief update because we've had some great news this past fall. So as you know, we're a nonprofit foundation that's set up to fund programs throughout the Mountain View Wisman School District. And in October, Google and MVF announced that Google would match up to $400,000 of donations made between August 1st and December 11th. And the way it was set up is that Google said that they would double the match of any new donors to MVF. So they were helping us increase our donor base, which was really generous of them, and we're so grateful. And we just got a lot of support through this, and I am pleased to announce that we were able to meet the entire Google match. So we will be getting $400,000. So this was, and I just want to say it's an extraordinary one-time unrestricted grant, so we don't expect to get this every year. We would be happy to, but there have been no promises or even anything close to promises. The board over the next few months will be deciding how best to allocate these extraordinary funds. So our budget to give the district this fiscal year is $691,715. And that was before we found out about this grant. So that's our normal budget, and we are on track in our fundraising, excluding the Google grant, to reach that. So that's fantastic. What we'll be doing with the Google grant, it doesn't have to be spent in 1 year. It's unrestricted. We will likely be reserving $100,000 for next year's Nature Bridge trip for the 8th graders. And we're hoping that in future years, that trip will be covered by a new parcel tax. We're also considering a one-time investment in software for the libraries across all the schools. So, you know, it's something that they've needed for a long time. We're thinking about extraordinary grants for musical instruments, both for 5th graders and the middle schools, and a number of other things. So we're discussing it as a board, talking about our priorities. We're accepting suggestions from principals, from Dr. Ande, Dr. Rudolph, and anyone else, parents, anyone who has ideas. We're open to thinking about them. We don't need to spend it all this year. We can try out perhaps some pilot programs over several years. We're open, and it's exciting, and we will be working with Dr. Rudolph as he does the strategic plan for the district to talk about ways that maybe we could support new programs or extra programming that isn't currently in the budget. So we will keep you posted, and we'll be making public announcements. I have some annual reports here that I can pass out. Does anyone have any questions?
This is not, I could phrase it in the form of a question, but I just want to say that over the last year, I've been assigned from the board to be the representative to the MVF. And I have never seen a more dedicated and passionate group of parents that think about kids and want the district to be as excellent as it could possibly be. So I want to thank you, Adrienne, and everyone at MVF and everyone who donated to MVF and Google
Yeah.
For everything you do for the district. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Do you mind if I say that? See, that's my question.
We never mind compliments.
No, there's not.
Anyway, won't take up any more of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Adrian.
Happy New Year.
Oh, nice.
Okay, we'll move on to item 9B, potential use of portable and/or modular classrooms as part of the Castro Mistral Elementary School's construction.
Yes, at the December 10th board meeting, staff presented some options for the Castro Mistral campus using a solution of portables and or modulars on the campus for the upcoming construction. Board essentially asked or directed staff to go back and see if we can get some conceptual drawings just to get some idea. Mark Katroki from QKA is here, as well as Todd Lee from Greystone West to present. Thanks.
Good evening. Nice to see you again. Oops. Went a little far there. So as Dr. Clark indicated, we're here to talk about sort of an alternative way to look at the Castro Mistral site based on our previous conversations with the board. We just sort of provided some bullet points to identify the highlights of this alternative plan. Looking at the campus and basically switching where Castro and Mistral are located on the site, but still maintaining the multi-use and library buildings as they're currently designed as permanent buildings and the site work around them. But locating the Mistral campus, which was in the new construction, which I'll remind you where that is, to the existing school site, which will also be modernized. And then providing new either portable or modular buildings at the site we had originally put new permanent classrooms and locate the Mistral campus there. And then also, instead of providing a new administration building that's separated, we would use the existing administration building, which is actually larger than your district standard, as a combined administration for both Castro and Mistral. So those are just sort of the working principles of it. So I thought I'd start off with sort of reminding us where we were. This was the schematic design approved master plan for both Mistral and Castro, the overall plan. On the right-hand side in gray shows all the new construction, and as approved, the new buildings were classroom buildings on the far right were all used as the Castro building. These are two-story classroom buildings. You're familiar with that little rendering on the right. The building just before the bottom of the gray ones is the new administration building, and then just below that is the kindergarten building. And then you can see the multi-use room and library building on the left of the gray buildings there. The other buildings below are the temporary campus that are just there during construction. So that's, and Castro, you notice, is on the right and Mistral is on the left. So that was the plan as approved by the board, but this new way of looking at this, we've organized the site slightly differently. I'm going to start off with a modular option, doing these new classrooms in modular construction, and then after that I'm going to show you in portable. They're going to look very similar in footprint. The differences are more in about the fit and finish. So now notice that the Mistral campus is on the right-hand side, Castro is on the left. So Castro, once again, is going to occupy the existing buildings. It's going to be modernized as planned before. Instead of building those two new story constructions, or the rendering that you saw, we would arrange a group of 18 classrooms, and you can sort of see them arranged around a courtyard space. We're maintaining the existing drop-off as originally planned, not the enlarged drop-off, but the new buildings, whether they be modular or portable, would be arranged in such a way that should someday in the future you wish to enlarge that drop-off, you can, but we're maintaining the existing drop-off and parking. The group of classrooms are all the grades 1 through 5 classrooms, and then the 3 on the bottom, which are the kindergarten classrooms, are slightly larger. There's also a couple toilet rooms that are sprinkled about. And then in the center, we're showing just some gestures to a little bit of landscaping, a little bit of paving, and some trees to give this some sense of community about it. We're also showing, notice of the area on the left there, the tan is the preschool space. So here, this is a little larger. It's a plan I should have been looking at all along. So I also want to point out the library and the multi-use room on the left are as originally designed and will be retained. Those classrooms 1 through 10 and 11 through 15 are the regular classrooms. Then classrooms 16 through 18 are the kindergarten classrooms. The final arrangement, of course, can be slightly modified, but it was important we provide a main entry and a couple different ways to get into the campus from there. So just some of the features about modular construction, and we want to make sure we distinguish between what's the difference between a modular building and a portable is. These are traditionally pre-engineered buildings. They either come three-dimensionally or they'll come in components. They can have sloped roofs. They are having at-grade entries. So there's no ramps or stairs. They are concrete foundations, typically slab foundations. The mechanical units would be inside the classroom, so they're not on the back as you often see on portables. There's a great deal of flexibility in the interior walls because these come as entire buildings. For example, rooms 11 through 14 is a single building. So there's an ability to move walls much more easily. The concrete floors, which these are typically provided with, provide a very stiff floor, much like we would have had in the permanent construction. There's higher quality finishes, typically carpets and wall finishes are along the same caliber as permanent construction kind of finishes. Including, that's also true for the windows and doors, tend to be a higher caliber as we would have done for permanent construction. There's greater opportunities for a variety of window sizes. You'll see in the examples I have. And there's still the opportunity to maintain those openings between classrooms. The Castros classrooms, which are in the existing building, are still shown with those walls that open up between the classrooms. In modular construction, the Mistral site and the modulars could be done in that same way. So that's sort of a highlight of the features that provides, a little bit of a layout, what that would look like. These are just some examples of what modular classroom projects we've worked on in the past. They can be very simple, like the buildings on the right there, and the way they're arranged provides some opportunity for outdoor learning areas, much like what we're talking about in the plan for you. But you can see on the left, sloped metal roofs, some overhangs, a variety of different kind of window patterns that are available, and again, those kind of higher quality materials. But then we also looked at a portable version of this because there's a considerable difference in the cost. So that's the overall site plan. I'll show you the close-up plan. So as you can see, it looks very much like what I showed you for the modulars. Again, the difference really is more about fit and finish and some of the flexibility. So here we have the portables. They tend to be lined up a little bit more, but the biggest difference really is the roofs are flatter. They aren't the same steep slopes you saw, but we are doing at-grade entries. We're not doing ramps and stairs. They will have a concrete stem foundation, but the floors are framed. So they're not as stiff as we would have had in modular buildings. But in this scenario, we're at least getting rid of the ramps and stairs, so they have a greater permanent sense about them. Mechanical units, instead of being in the back, are inside the classroom, so at least have that upgrade. The floors would be a little more bouncy than you'd see in modulars. There's more standard finishes, although we could do stucco, and I believe that's what Todd Lee has priced out. More standard finishes, more standard windows and doors, less flexibility that way. And there really is no opportunity for openings between classrooms. These are individual separate classrooms that are just an inch apart. So there really isn't a possibility of connecting them very easily. But there are some upgrades, some of which Todd Lee has already included, that we can do on portables to improve their quality. And then once again, these are some examples of what some look like that we have done. These are all shown with plywood siding, but the estimates that you've been provided provide an upgraded finished siding. But they're a little more regular. The roofs look the same. But notice the courtyard work is not unlike what we showed before because that site work is independent of whether they're modular or portable construction. So that gives you a sense about what that looks like. And then just a summary of the cost for this. Looking at both a 450 and a 350 student option, both in modular and in portable solutions. So comparing apples to apples, same number of students, looking at about 5.3 in modular versus doing 8.16 in, I'm sorry, I did it the way around. We have a 5.3 in a modular solution for 450 or 6.6 for 350 versus 8.16 for portables at 450 or 8.8 for 350. So certainly any comments or questions, and Todd Lee is here as well if you have questions about the budget.
Thank you. I'm going to open this up to questions by the board. And then I already have one community comment card. If any member of the community is here and wishes to address the board, the way you would do that is fill out a green card in the back of the room, and after board questions, then we will take community comments. So I will keep I see your hand, trustee Nelson, just a minute. I will keep collecting cards until after the board asks its questions. And I'll note, I will be numbering these in the order that I received them. And then at the time when it's time to speak, I will call people up in order of the cards. So please, if you want to speak to the board, please submit your card because it helps us figure out how we're going to accomplish this whole community comment section. Trustee Nelson, you had a comment?
Yeah, I actually have a point of order. There were at least 27 emails we got today that were of a form letter. I wonder because there is no particular reason that we should have 27 people come up and give us the same, 3 big bullet points that they wanted to make. If you could try to consolidate these community comments so that there could be a person that gets maybe 5 minutes who wants to express what that form letter said. And then there's other individual people that they get, I think 1 minute is too short, but 2 minutes. Because otherwise, either we do it for 10 minutes total, which I don't think is enough, or we come up with some other kind of way, because this is obviously something that a number of people want to comment on.
So trustee Nelson made reference to a form letter that was sent to the trustees yesterday and today that all of us have read, and I've responded to. I think all of the trustees have read this letter. So what we'd request is the speakers who come to the microphone, please trust us that we've read your letter and don't make the same points at the microphone that we've already read in your email. I will be asking everyone to make comments that, I'll give everybody the same amount of time. And when I mentioned I will be closing comment after the trustees have asked their questions, I will be deciding how much time everybody gets when I see how many cards there are. So that's why I'm asking for cards right now.
So you're not willing to consolidate any of these into
No.
somebody that will be a spokesman?
That's correct. So far I've got 6 cards. Trustee Lambert, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes?
I think one of the last view graphs, I'm a bit confused. The one that has the estimated cost, I believe. Perhaps I'm not reading this correctly. It looks like the cost for 350 students is greater than for the 450 student solution. Could you explain that?
And the reason it looks that way, these are actually savings. So savings from the current plan as designed.
Savings, yeah.
So it's 42 million
Savings,
minus that is
Exactly.
the, right. That's the question I actually asked of the staff
Yes.
Thank you.
on Tuesday.
And I confused it when I started to present it because it really is a savings, not a cost. Sorry.
Right.
Thank you. Trustee Coladonado, you had a question?
Yes. Sir, in your preamble to your presentation, you used the word permanent to contrast with modular. I was under the impression that modulars are permanent.
They are.
So they're a different type. Stick built is a permanent, modular is a permanent.
If I said permanent, I completely misspoke. You're quite right that modular construction is a form of permanent construction.
Okay.
And I should have said stick built instead of permanent if I said that.
Okay.
You're spot on.
Now, portables are not.
We don't consider portables as a permanent construction, though I will say providing them with concrete foundations will increase their longevity.
Okay. That's my next question. What is the longevity of portables as proposed, modulars as proposed, or stick built as proposed?
It's debatable how long portables will last. This is the best installation you can do with them. It certainly would be reasonable to expect 15 to 20 years out of a portable classroom, well cared for, and I have to emphasize that. A modular classroom building, frankly, could approach the cost of permanent construction. So we could have modular buildings lasting in the 30, 40, and even 50 years if they're properly maintained.
Okay, so those two are, have the same potential.
Yes.
Modular stick built, as far as how long it lasts.
Yes.
I had a question to ask Todd, but we could
Yeah.
go through, okay. Come on,
So, go ahead.
Mr. Lee.
We'll tag team.
Mr. Lee, hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I asked a question of staff this week, and I didn't totally understand the answer, so I wanted to ask you. I
need to talk into the
yeah,
microphone,
I'm
otherwise
still
you're not going
looking
to be recorded.
for the thing.
Yeah.
I have always been a fan of modulars because I thought they were a way to get a better deal. And about a year ago, I remember saying, can we do modulars? And you said that prices had escalated such
Correct.
that there was no cost advantage in modulars anymore.
Less
Yeah.
cost advantage.
Oh, I thought I heard none back in the
Okay,
day.
yeah.
So there was a little bit, but today it seems like there's sizable.
Well, one of the ways that you're getting the savings is you're not building the new administration, the second administration building. So that's part of the savings that's acquired there.
So how much of the, let's say of the 5?
1.6 of the 5.
Okay. So there's still 4 million almost in cost advantage for the modular.
And in part, that's due to configuration, your savings from the 43 million, you're a single story configuration versus a 2 with a fair amount of outdoor space and walkways that was in the 2-story configuration.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
That was
you.
it.
Hold on a second, Trustee Nelson. Trustee Lambert, I didn't ask you if you had a follow-up question. Are you fine? Trustee Gutierrez, do you have any questions? Okay, Trustee Nelson?
Yeah, I was wondering, since we're talking about other kinds of construction, I put in a question on Tuesday to the staff, but I don't think they quite understood that my understanding is you are doing a collaborative design build for 2-story 12 classroom unit with the San Carlos School District. Has that gone through DSA? Because it was supposed to be finished in December. Do you know it?
You're referring to it's called Folia. It's a product we've developed with Block Construction as a result of the San Carlos School District. We're still working through DSA. It's virtually there. We didn't look at Folia for this location because it's frankly it's more expensive than the modular cost, and it's a 2-story building. There is no single-story version of the Folia building. But it's a nice alternative in some locations. This just doesn't seem one of them.
Yeah, well, I was actually, there's issues because this site, according to the old indication we have, is undersized for the number of students are on this site. And so there's an issue to me of playground space that is, I would like to buy the 2 residences that are in the corner, and that would be about $5 million, or I don't remember how much it was, over $2 million for sure, to add that 1/4 acre or something. So if it's $1 million more to go 2-story, how much, I mean, supposedly the spiel was it was $400 per square foot. What, if you believe that, what is the modular cost per square foot?
I have to ask Todd to respond to that question.
It differs depending on the space, but I believe that we're in the mid-3s for classroom space.
Oh, for the modulars?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I have a couple of clarifying questions. I'm very intrigued with this comparison between modulars and portables. I heard you say that the life of the modulars is much longer if the upkeep is done well. I'd like to know about the insulation or the human comfort level inside these rooms, and also resistance to weather. Is there any rain that starts getting into these things, or mold?
Right. Once again, with modulars, because they're a better quality material, better materials typically that are used, and even the way the waterproofing details are done, you have less of a chance of those sorts of long-term maintenance problems. But a portable building is still provided with the same insulation levels that the code requires. The windows still have to be double glazed. So in terms of thermal comfort, they're both very similar. But longevity, after that first 10, 15 years, you're more likely to have some maintenance problems that might allow water intrusion in a portable building. It's the nature of those buildings. I think we've done a lot to improve their longevity and their foundations, but there's a lot that happens in the roof, wall, and even the window detailing that over time in the portables can allow some water infiltration.
Okay, I'd like to go on to community comments if there aren't any more.
May I
questions by
later
board?
ask a question of another staff member?
Sure. Why don't you do it right now? And
Okay.
let's try to time the trustee questions, Ms. Lilga. So 2 minutes.
This staff member is sitting right in the front row, and she's the principal of this school. So now's the time for the hot seat.
La silla caliente. Is that correct? Did I get it right?
Hi.
I said some Spanish.
This would be essentially the space that be allocated for you and your school. I think it's, have you been consulted on this?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make it sure that that's actually the only question that I wanted to know. Do you have anything else to say about, because all 4 of these options say you're not going to get a 3,400 foot administration building for yourself. Okay. I'd like to, we don't record you on the video, so I'd
No,
like
you
to
don't. Okay.
mention that she was sort of smiling. I don't know all
Yeah.
her smiles, and that she was shaking her head yes.
Yeah.
Uh,
So that's a true statement that the plan as it was put forth doesn't include a separate administration building.
Right.
And I think that there are some pros and cons with that. And I think as adults, we can accommodate and learn to function in different
Okay.
setups. So I think that, our priority is about programming for students and making sure that the classrooms are equipped, that the kids get what they need every day. And if a shared administration building gives us that, that's awesome. If there's a way of configuring a separate administration building, then that would be awesome too. But I think that the priority is programming for kids and building a school, 2 schools, remodeling one and building another school that fulfills that. So, we have to be open
Thank you
to
very
look at
much.
all options.
Thank you
I
very
do
much.
want to just add real quick. We're going to do a couple things with some of these savings. If we can go back just a second on the presentation, just so I can highlight just a couple items. So if we go back to the original, Robert, take us all the way back to just one of the drawings where we see the front. So we're going to do 2 things with our savings. The first one is we're going to enlarge the administrative building. Currently, its configuration is not really acceptable to say that there are 2 administrative offices. I guess the easiest way to say is one group of kids are entering in the rear and the other group of kids are going through the front door, which I think poses a couple different problems and sends different messages depending on who you are. So the first one we want to do is we want to enlarge that building. There's a courtyard that is actually right next to it. We want to take over that courtyard and really build 2 nice areas for when you walk in. They're shared spaces, but they also are separate spaces. So we want to accommodate that. The second one is that one of the things that we know about this site is that it is logistically one of our hardest sites to deal with in terms of traffic. We have a lot of foot traffic that comes off of Escuela Avenue. And so what we like to do is extend the front parking lot. We've priced that out also so that we can accommodate more cars. And we also going to have a better drop-off area. Unfortunately, the back area is still going to remain a problem and it's still pretty cost prohibitive. And we wouldn't be able to address that. But because a majority of the parents and in the original design of the school, The fact that Mistral parents drove so much, it was taken into account, which is why Mistral was up front, because they wanted the drive to come in. We want to accommodate that by extending it. So, and we also know that we get a lot of foot traffic from crossing over Escuela for Castro. So we really felt that extending and doing a little bit more in the front, as well as extending or expanding, I think it says building in up there. My eyes are going a little bit bad, but expanding building in will accommodate some of those needs and will be a great use of some of the savings that we have.
Thank you very much, because that was one of the 3 bullet points that the form letter said was a big problem, the issue of drop off. And I'm very glad you're talking about the shared but separate, because that's exactly what I want to hear this facility and these 2 schools talking about.
Yeah, and I think Dr. Clark had something else.
I just want to give a few more details from Dr. Rudolph. The idea that we go with a portable solution, and just so you know, these portables that we priced out, that Mr. Lee priced out, that somehow estimates of $8.2 million savings to the overall project, are high-end portables. These are portables that are at grade, that have better finishes than those standard portables. The campus, and Marcella and Terry and I were talking about this today, the idea the community may be looking at the 2 portables that are sitting out in the yard right now that are on the blacktop and think that's what we're about to get. And the idea is, no, that's not what we're going to get. Those are mobile modular portables that are temporary just to get in and get out. The portables that are priced in this solution or in this proposal to kind of get that $8.2 million savings are high-end portables, better finishes, sloped roofs, either plaster or stucco exterior, which will get rid of that fiberboard looking appearance. They will look very different according to the pictures that we have. Also, that shared administration building, for about $500,000, we can enlarge it and really separate those 2 buildings, the 2 offices itself between Castro and Mistral. So to Dr. Rudolph's point, people all walk in through the front. Nobody's coming in the back door. And then a rough estimate of the Escuela parking lot, between $600,000 and $800,000. We can enlarge that significantly and make it a much better traffic flow. Essentially, when you do the shared administration building for that cost and the traffic, you're still in that $7 million saving range for a portable solution. Just to point that out.
Thank you. And when you say portable, do you mean modular or portable, or do you mean portable?
Portable. Modular is less. So to go along with those, the price chart at the very back.
Okay. Thank you.
Less savings.
Less, yeah. All right, so I'm going to close this segment and open it up to community comments. I've got 8 cards. Going once, going twice. Got 9 cards. Bring it up. Thank you. I'm going to start reading names, and I'd like the people whose names I read to line up in back of the microphone, or you could line up over there, but I don't want to just have one person at a time coming from the audience. And I'm going to give everybody 1 minute, and I will note that, yes, I will. This was a 20-minute item, and we have already been talking about it for more than 30 minutes. So I will note, I will note that this, to everyone here, that this is a review and discussion item. It will be reviewed and discussed at future meetings and acted on at a future meeting. This is not our action meeting. This is a discussion item, and it's admittedly pretty short, but that's what we're doing. So 1 minute each. And as I noted earlier, the trustees have all received letters that many members of the Castro Mistral community sent to us. And if you'd like to send us more letters, we will certainly read them. What I would request is don't send us the same letter again, because we've read your points. And please don't make your points again, 10 people at the microphone making the same point that we've already read in an email. So that's what I would say. Okay, so now I'm at 9 and 10. Mr. Lacker, you're going to be number 10. So the cards are ending with you. So I'm going to read the cards in the order that I received them, so please.
Madam President, if I may,
Yes.
I would like the record to reflect that I disagree with this approach.
All right, and tell us what you would prefer.
I think it's fair to say that after a review and analysis of the past 2 years' videos and the concern of other parents from the Northeast Quadrant, they had anywhere between 2 to 3 minutes. I would suggest 2 to 3 minutes as well.
So what I would propose is at our next meeting, we have a longer discussion item, and and at that longer item, we could provide for longer comments. And we will also be providing more time for email comments.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. So I'm going to read the names, come and line up in the order that I say it. Jenna Adams, you're number 1. Sarah Livnat, Trish Gilbert, Carrie Taylor, Liz Maybe, Rosaria Acosta, Diana Wegbright, Joey Mercer, Kristen McGuire Husky, and Joel Actor. Thank you. And when you come up to the microphone, please state your name for the record. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Jenna Adams, and I wanted to begin by saying that I'm in favor of modular classrooms. However, I have some issues with the proposed design. First, I think the administration building should be on the same side as the rest of the classrooms. I think it'll create a distraction to all the Castro students when all the Mistral kids go traipsing through during their learning time, particularly if they move to an earlier start time. Second, I think proximity fosters interaction. You know, right now when I drop my kids at the backside of campus, I don't go through the office. I might go days or weeks without going through the office because it's not convenient. And if my kids are all going to school at the backside, I'm barely ever going to go up to the front side of campus. I will have less of an idea of what's going on with the school. I'll have less opportunity to interact with the principals and the secretary. All of that interaction builds a sense of community and a sense of approachability, and that will be lost. Second, I feel like, you know, with a little bit of creative juggling and maybe approaching the city of Mountain View or some other company for a joint venture, perhaps for the MUR, we could save a little more and move the administration building, even as a portable, to our side of the campus.
Thank you.
So my name is Sarah Livnat. I'm the PTA president at Gabrielle Mistral, and I was the PTA president of the combined school last year, and I was also on the restructuring committee for Castro. I would say that, first of all, I have not heard a single complaint from the community about the district going back and looking at Measure G and trying to get more cost savings. I think that makes a lot of fiscal sense. I think we're very open to ideas. I think what I'm very sad to be here today is to say that we're actually very disappointed with the district and with the board for engaging in this discussion without actually soliciting community input. This has been a 2 to 3 year process where we have been partners the entire way. Mrs. Wheeler, Mr. Lambert, we worked together on these things. And what I don't understand is why at this very last minute, why the sense of urgency and haste in a way that is actually going to end up taking us more time. We are very, very committed to pushing this project through, to making it on time, hopefully to do it under budget. And we are very open to the ideas that the district has offered. But we know our school best. We know the traffic patterns. We know how kids walk to school. We know how we want to interact with our school. And we need to be part of this discussion. We are absolute stakeholders.
A point of order.
Thank you, Ms.
Over
Livnat.
the time period for this speaker.
So thank you, Ms. Livnat. We'll move on to Trish Gilbert.
Hi, Trish Gilbert, Mistral parent of a first grader and a little boy who'll be kinder next year. I think the thing that saddens me, I'm actually zoned for Huff, and I've wanted my children to go to dual immersion ever since I learned about it. And what I was saddened by about this meeting was the fact that portables are acceptable for choice programs, but they're not acceptable for the neighborhood schools, which I just don't understand, because I thought Mistral was a school in the Mountain View Wisman district. So as Sarah said, we're open to the modular option or other things that help with costs, but I just think it's ridiculous if a portable is going to potentially need to be have more money going into it 15 or 20 years from now, that's even a consideration when the whole point of this conversation is how to save money. But also it's just disheartening to me that you're looking at children in choice programs as being different and deserving of different qualities in their educational landscape than everyone else.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carrie. I'm going to whip through this because I've only got a minute. So I was, as you know, on the Castro Site Planning Council, and we did initially talk about and included actually in our interview questions for the architects, questions about prefab and modular. They were rejected partially at least because we were told from the outset that modular would not fit on our campus as it was. And maintain California state standards. So I have some questions since we specifically requested a meeting when this came out in December, and we were told in no uncertain terms that we would not be meeting with the district. So we haven't had an opportunity to ask these questions. So very quickly, the state standard for kindergarten classrooms is 1,350 square feet. So can someone tell us, these look significantly smaller than what's on ours. So can somebody tell me what the square footage on these kindergarten classrooms is?
Can
roughly? They're over? Okay, and are the other classrooms the same? 960, so they meet, exactly. The other issues that we had was that the
Ellen,
kindergarten classrooms.
The speaker is over the time limit that you set. Now, I would like the speakers to realize they can send in these questions to the board and the staff will answer them. But if we're going to run this according to rules and not get beat up by not being able to run this efficiently, the speakers have to listen when the bell goes off.
So can
1
I
minute
ask-
is not
So a
enough.
point
I'm
of
sorry.
order, the
So can-
speaker is over limit.
Can I ask Ms. Taylor and others who have questions for the architects to submit them and we'll distribute the answers to everyone?
Yep.
Thank you. Ms. Maybe?
My name is Liz Mabey, and I'm honored and thrilled to be the library technician for Mistral and Castro Elementaries. Okay. The architects created a beautiful campus design for us, but I must say that since the minute we toured those models up in Marin, the features have been flying off this thing like hats off a merry-go-round. And I understand there are cost savings we must recognize. I am all for fiscal responsibility. The feeling I have is trepidation and nervousness about what will actually end up being the library serving the 700 and some kids that I just adore. So I'm thinking of the building I'm in now, and the more I see value engineering going out, I'm worried that we're going to lose plumbing and we're going to lose windows, that what looks like it's on the plan now is still going to lose, and that the new library will end up being inferior to the current library building. So I'm begging you from the bottom of my heart, please do not let that happen to this project. This has nothing to do with modular classrooms or anything else. Thank you very much.
Ms. Acosta?
Hi. My name is Rosetta Acosta, and I have 2 kids in Israel. I'm here to try to encourage you to vote for the modular solution instead of the portable. I was here in the meeting in November when you voted for the 40 million for Castro and Mistral, and I remember Dr. Rudolph saying that Wisma School District was a very rich in land district, but poor in buildings. So if you go for the portable, I just see it coming. Castro is going to be a really poor land school site and a really poor building school site too. That's my comment.
Hi, my name is Deanna Wegbright. I have 2 children, 3rd and 1st graders. I told them that I was coming today and showed them the plans, and they said, "Where's our playground?" So I think Steve Nelson said that, and I will just echo it, that I would almost prefer not to make these big changes if they're not what we envision, and work differently with what we have and keep more of the play structures and footprint of the play area that these 700 plus kids need. And that's it.
Thank you.
My name is Joey Mercer, and I was also with Gary Taylor on the site planning committee for Castro. And I just wanted to express certain disappointment with some of the recent changes. It's unclear to me why the Castro community is being treated differently with regard to the district standard for facilities. I think that's pretty unfortunate. And I'd also like to express a little frustration with the way these decisions as they come down the line it's as if there is no plan for a kind of a longer term vision. It seems like things are being changed with regard to knee-jerk reactions for near-term issues, and it doesn't really give me any confidence for the future. When you guys approved the 43 million, that was one of the few steps going in that direction, and this is kind of reversing a lot of that. So it's unfortunate that we're here.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Krista McGuire Husky. I have completely given up driving to Mistral. I've got a third grader at Mistral, and the parking and driving situation over there has gotten so bad that I just won't do it. I ride my bike, I walk. I live over a mile away, but I still think it's worth it. I could circle and look for parking, or I could walk the 20 minutes it takes me to get from my house to the school. It is that bad. I think putting Mistral around the backside of campus will be a big problem because everybody will have to get down Toft. All the people from all over town who don't live within a mile of school the way I do will have to go down Escuela, down Latham, and then down Toft. Toft is basically a one-way street. There is no room for cars to go past each other two ways. It is so narrow. There is no room. It barely works right now for the kindergarten drop-off for a 1/6 of the school population. I have trouble seeing how it will possibly work for half or more of the school to be back there.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Lachter?
I'm Joel Lachter. You have my written comments that I sent you. I just wanted to echo Sarah's comments about the need for public input and our disappointment in the fact that it wasn't really asked for here in this procedure so far. I thought we had gotten rid of the people in the district office who were seemed to be repressing the public input, and I guess we haven't. Thank you.
Okay, so now it's time for trustee comments, and since the community was given 1 minute, I'll ask each trustee to comment for 1 minute at a time, and if you have more than 1 minute's worth of comments, we'll go around again. But Dr. Rudolph or Dr. Clark, having heard these public questions and comments, do you have any input for us all?
I just want to say that I think we would be remiss not to bring any types of cost savings to the board. At the end of the day, I don't envy your position whatsoever. A decision has to be made on the 21st. Our plans have to go out to DSA on the 21st. You have 3 viable options there. Those options determine what we do next with the upcoming schools. If you choose to continue as with the plan that was originally approved, or the plan that was last approved, our architects are currently working on that plan, but it has to be out on the 21st. If you decide to go with the modular plan, then we have to direct them tomorrow to start working on the modular design to get out on the 21st. And if you decide to go with the portable solution, we have to direct them tomorrow to redesign. There are 3 viable. We're not making a decision right now, but what I'm saying is that if we don't want Castro Mistral to be delayed, we will need to make a decision soon in order to get phase 1 of the project done. If it wasn't this high of a number, we would have never brought the option to you. I don't think I would be doing my job if I didn't bring that to you. But at the end of the day, it will be the 5 of you making a decision about which way you would like it to go. And that will determine the scope of work for the upcoming projects for all of the other schools. in the community.
Thank you. Dr. Clark, do you have anything to add? Okay, I'm going to go down the line, the trustees, 1-minute comments, and we'll go down again if people have more things to say. And I'll say again, this is a discussion item and it is coming back to the board on the 21st. And I don't know if we can schedule an additional meeting before then, but
Excuse me, please do not interrupt the chair of this board. Please do not interrupt the chair of this board.
okay,
Sarah?
I would like to hear that question. What's your
Then
question?
why don't you, let's have a recess. You can go back and talk to her privately. But I really do not like it when this board, who is discussing this as a board, gets interrupted by the public, whoever it is. If you want to call a recess, point of order, I would like to call a 3-minute recess.
I
Is
actually.
that enough? I'd like to call I
Okay,
would
you
make a
want-
motion to call a 3-minute recess right now so you can confer with the PTA president of Mistral.
So what I would like to do.
That's the motion, Ellen.
Okay, is there a second?
I could use a recess.
Okay, let's have a vote about whether to have a recess. I will say that I will talk with Ms. Livnat, and then I will repeat her words during the open session of the meeting, which will
Good, if
take
you have a
more
minute.
time
Can
instead
I-
of
can I-
just having
Ellen.
her make her statement right now. But if-
I would
Can I-
like you to
can I just-
use
can
a
I just interject
consistent
real
rule
quick?
of order and not keep on
I-
changing everything.
Can I just interject for 1 second? What we're seeking here is direction,
That's
right? The feel from your direction will tell us what needs to happen. Very expensive project as it is. If the direction, I don't know what Mark would say to that, but if the direction is to try and do multiple plans at the same time, then there's a cost associated with that. But what we're seeking here is direction, which will inform actions later on.
So there's been a motion and a second to call a 3-minute break right now. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion fails. Ms. Livnat, will you come up to the microphone?
Ellen, I
and-
object to
I heard
changing the
your
rule of
objection.
order.
I heard your objection, and I'm asking Ms. Livnat to come to the microphone and provide us some context.
I would like some clarification. I think the community would very much appreciate some clarification on the process and the milestone dates and the point at which we as a community get to actually formally in a group context be able to review the plans and make ask our questions so that we can together achieve a better plan than we would separately. Because right now what I'm concerned about is I'm hearing that the plans need to be submitted to the DSA on the 21st, yet the next time this group would actually meet to make a quote unquote decision would be the 21st. That doesn't allow enough time for community input. So clarification, please.
So I have a similar question, whether we could,
It's the end of January.
the DSA needs to go in the end of
End of
January.
January to keep the project going at its current pace, yes.
So what I'm wondering, I'm going to ask you to return to your, a question that I have is, do we have the opportunity for another meeting, discussion session or explanation session or feedback session or something before we take a final vote?
This is a board meeting,
Yeah.
then it determines, it's based off of your schedules.
Right, so I'm wondering, can we have an additional meeting before the 21st or have a meeting after the 21st that, or have discussion on the 21st and then an additional meeting, maybe the following Thursday. I think a lot of us feel like we would like a little bit more time to hear about this. I'd like to, I hear that what you would like is input and direction from the board tonight, and I am prepared to give mine, and I think everyone else is too. But I also think that, 20 minutes for this item of, this significance is not satisfactory to a lot of people.
Could we go on to individual comments now of the board?
Yeah, and so think about
With- with-
what a,
With regards to whether a meeting can be called, it really does boil down to what your individual schedules are. If you could let me know what days are available, then we can. And that's pretty much, that's the determining factor. If you want to have a board meeting, 3 people are here. If 3 people are there, it has to be agendized. So
yeah.
yeah.
So
Oh,
what I
I-
would ask is when.
It needs 24
each-
hours published.
When
Correct,
each trustee is making your comments, if you could also say whether you would be interested in or have the opportunity to have an additional meeting. So your comments and your opinion about an additional meeting.
And I just want to add, just one of your viable options, if you so choose, is to let things go as they are.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you have 3 options out there.
Okay.
5 options.
So I'm going to go
Plus
with
one.
what I said before, 1 minute comments by the board, plus say whether you'd like to have an additional meeting. And 1 or 2 rounds of comments by the board. And then after that, we're going to take a break. I'm going to start with Trustee Gutierrez. And please, board members, address your comments to each other, not to the audience.
Timer, please. Board members, we were on the right track. We voted for this a couple months ago. 3-2, it was a close vote. We discussed. We thought about this carefully in conjunction with the partnership that was established at Castro Mistral. If you want to keep progress forward and keep our togetherness, our collectivity moving together forward, we should honor that commitment. We should honor that vote. That's what I need to say.
What about another meeting?
For that, I'm open to that after the 15th.
Okay.
And I still have another minute after this
Yes,
round. So
okay. You want another minute then?
probably, because I know for the most part, with 20 seconds left, I don't have that much time.
Okay.
But the essence is, if we want to keep going collectively as a group, we should honor our vote that we made and move forward.
Thank you.
Could-
Trustee Lambert?
Could you make the timer bigger, please? Because I can't see it.
Oh, that's tough. Yeah.
I did it. I just canceled it out of full screen because I thought Mr. Gutierrez was correct.
It's usually big.
Trustee Lambert?
I am by no means ready to give direction to the board this evening on this issue. I think there's more to be said, so I'm open to another meeting. I also was reminded by many of the speakers that the Castro community was very heavily involved in the planning of the design and what was to go into the school, and they should be enabled to participate in any future decisions and receive have an opportunity to give their input, not just here speaking, but I think as collectively and have meetings and think about it. I'm going to save the rest of my comments for my next round because I'm not going to get through
All right.
the rest I have to say in a minute.
Okay, thank you. So I'll say I am interested in another meeting before we vote. I am interested in modular buildings, not portable buildings. There were a lot of reasons that we heard that, that were described to us. The longevity of modular buildings versus portables, the rain safety in modulars versus portables. I have faith that our school district will do sufficient upkeep so that these modulars that were described to us as nearly as durable as permanent buildings, that we could do that. And I am interested in, I talked with Dr. Clark today, some sort of description or visual picture of what the combined office would be over on the west side of the campus would be. And I am interested in
Ellen?
cost savings.
Thank you.
Trustee Caladonato.
I agree with most everything Trustee Wheeler just said. I think that another meeting's fine, the 28th. If we move the decision to the 28th, it sounds like we could still submit, I think. We can still, but we'd have to design things ahead of time. Otherwise, you got to design in like 2 days. I think modulars sound like a good deal here. The portables seem like a kind of a waste of money, but the modulars sound like they're practically as good as stick built, but more cost effective. That sounds fine to me. I'd like to ask staff if, we in a parallel process, we could ask the city about like removing street parking from Toft or something, so that no matter the design we choose, it's easier to access back there. And we should probably have bought those 2 properties at the corner that are choking off the front of Toft, which I've been talking about buying ever since we found out about them. I'd like to ask staff if Mr.
One of
Mercer's
those had-
claim is
sorry.
correct, that we are not treating this at the
Your
Castro
time.
Mistral to the district standard. To me, it seems like it's still a district standard
It is.
design.
Just real quick, one of those
Okay.
properties was pending sale, which is why we stopped working with the city to try and figure out whether or not to buy it. So.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah.
Trustee Nelson.
Yeah, I would like to quote a couple of things from the district quality report that I think the principal has talked about contributing to as a community, meaning the whole district. We have a system of individual schools rather than a school system. She's thinking in terms of a school system, not just an individual school. The other quote is, schools have excessive autonomy without appropriate checks and balances. When the PTA president was talking about Wheeler and Lampert being involved in a discussion, that happened in a closed and private committee that we got no reports on. We absolutely got no reports from you 2 people when you were on that committee that was discussing this stuff. So we don't know what you guys promised them or what you said during those meetings. There's no minutes. There's no way of us checking what you promised them. So either we hang this together, or if you say, no, we need what we want it now. We got promised it in a private meeting.
Thank you. Trustee Gutierrez.
Yes. So following up on that, I think this is a perfect example of how we shouldn't do things in the future for the rest of the school sites. We need to have a vision. We need to stick with the vision. We need to have a plan. We need to let that plan be known to everyone, the stakeholders, the district. Nothing like what happened this time around, where things happened during the middle of a holiday break and there was no discussion or further cooperation between parents and the district. If the message we want to send is of collective unity and a forward vision of progress, that's not the way you build community trust. I don't want this experience to be the same for the rest of the school sites, whether they're Slater, Darracroft, you name it. This is a test. We're failing it, but we can do better, and we will. And I have trust in us that we'll figure this process out so that the other school sites won't have to go through this. Thank you.
One thing that I'm trying to understand and come to terms with is that during our last meeting, we approved the opening of a school at Slater. As a consequence of that, I'm concerned that we may be overbuilding the capacity in our school district. In other words, what I want to do is ensure that we are able to fill our neighborhood schools with 450 students so that we have viable and healthy neighborhood schools. And so the question comes to me is, do we need to build the Mistral School up to 450 students? Because if we do and we fill it to that capacity, I personally believe we will not have enough to fill, let's say, even the Slater School when it opens, or some other school, depending on how things fall out. So I'm trying to understand that at the moment.
Thank you. So I think I hope I was clear in my thoughts about going forward with these plans. So I'd like to address something that Trustee Nelson said. when Trustee Lambert and I were on the Castro Planning Committee. During those committee meetings, we spent time talking about what the minutes would be and what messages would go out in the school newsletters. Now, I never read the school newsletters, but I assumed that because those were discussed in our meetings about what notes were going to be sent out to the Castro community, that they actually were sent out to the Castro community. So that's, you know, that's all I have to say about that. Trustee Coladinado.
Thank you. I want to quickly address the point made by the library technician. I think the way that we make sure that no more cats fly off the merry-go-round is by not allocating 100% of Measure G. You know, I know there's a set aside, but we're going to go through that for some reason. I don't know why yet. But if we allocate, you know, 197.5 million, then we have a good chance, a higher chance of cats flying off, or that like at Mauna Loma, we didn't finish the weatherizing or whatever all those years ago. I'd like to see us have a coherent district-wide plan that leaves a few million unallocated because something's going to come up and we don't know what it is yet. And I don't want to have worse buildings when we're done than we started with, that we demolished. I'd like to also just point as an aside that our superintendent has criticized the board for spending so much time on facilities issues. But as you can see, the community actually cares a lot about the facilities issues. It's not something that the board made up that we are distracting everybody with. There's a deep community interest in doing these facilities right. And so I'd like to honor that.
Thank you. Trustee Nelson.
Yeah, in case I didn't make it clear, I am absolutely in favor of just the modulars. The other thing is the issue with Trustee Lampert brought up, what size. I agree with now doing it as the 350 size one. I would like to make a motion for a straw vote because we have 5 options here. One to do nothing, and it's talk about. The other is the 4 things that are up here, right? What I've said is my preference is the bottom left-hand one, which I don't want to give them portable classrooms, however good they are. That's not what we promised the public for permanent classrooms. And I also don't want to make this a giant school that is significantly bigger than their current enrollment, which I think addresses Mr. Lampert's concerns, at least in that one little issue. So would you be willing to have a vote, Ellen? A straw vote, right? This is just so we make it clear where I think the 3 of us or the 4 of us, and I don't know, have some idea what direction we want to give a direction. We want to give maybe several directions.
Okay, so I heard the dings. It's time for your comment to end. You asked about the straw vote. I think a straw vote flies in face of asking for an additional meeting where we hear from more members of the community and we have, you know, we get input and try to come up with a plan or concepts that a lot of people understand and can go along with. So I don't want to do a straw vote tonight. I want to hear from, you know, this extra meeting that we're going to have. And so that's what I would propose.
Okay, to make it clear to the press, I am for going forward right now because there's this thing about, oh, it costs us $220, 220 kilodollars per week that we delay this if we delay it past the end. I am for giving straight direction to the board, to the staff. So I don't want to delay this stuff. I really want to get into other stuff that's more important.
I have
Okay,
a question
so
to ask in the next turn. If
we're
there's
not
another.
having another
Okay.
turn.
Well, there's a
We're-
salient question that came up that I'd like the answer to.
Okay,
if
what's the
possible.
salient question?
I'd like to ask staff or the principal of Mistral, how many classrooms you currently occupy? The enrollment is something like 370 or 380, correct? 390. So how many classrooms do you currently use to support them?
I thought it
15.
was 304 according to the last.
No, that's the neighborhood program.
Oh.
It's 15. Okay, so so sizing a plan to your current enrollment would mean everybody who's currently there could fit in 15. Is that correct? Am I understanding you correctly? Okay.
Okay, so I have been talking about and getting input from the trustees about another meeting of some sort before we have to vote and submit designs. So what I'm going to request is for our administrative assistant, Ms. Lilga, to send out a doodle poll to the trustees with some dates and times that Dr. Clark and Dr. Rudolph are available. And I'll mention,
After the
this
15th.
is the type of thing we've done many times this year. And then once we have a date and a time that the trustees can, and the superintendent and chief business officer can meet, we will publicize that and hope that members of the Castro Mistral community can come out to that meeting, and we'll have some more discussion.
Are you going to call, I mean, you can also call a specific special meeting and say what the format and what the topic is, and then we can decide what the,
Right.
I would
That's at the
prefer
Faniello.
that, because maybe Jose's idea of what this is going to be is different than my idea of what this is going to be. So I'd really like to
Yeah,
hear.
so we're going to do date and time and publicity about date and time. And unless Dr. Rudolph, unless you have something else you want to say on this item before we
What kind of
call
special
a
meeting would
break.
you like, Dr. Rudolph? Since Ellen didn't quite get the idea I was trying to ask, her, or
Trustee
doesn't,
Nelson's
or
out of order.
chooses
Why-
not
why
to
is he
answer.
talking right now?
I'm asking a question of the
Superintendent
staff.
Rudolph,
So I think if everyone could just bear with us just a little bit longer, let's talk about the BAS. Gives us a full, the budget allocation sheet for.
Oh, yeah, good.
So why don't we move to there? And then I think that will sort of allow us to have sort of a bigger picture of the full Measure G project. And then from there, I think a little bit more direction can be given, and probably some decisions. So if you can just these both are tied together.
Yeah.
So let's
But I am
jump to
gonna
that
call a
one.
break.
Yes.
I am going to call.
You're gonna call a break?
Yeah, 5-minute break at 8 o'clock. I was looking at that clock. And then call this meeting of the Mountain View Isman School District Board of Trustees back to order at 8:06 p.m. and move on to another review and discussion item, which is item 9C, Measure G Budget Update. Dr. Clark.
Hi. So we have tonight, I'm bringing back the Measure G budget update. On the cover page for the board packet, at December 10th board meeting, the board gave some options for us to be able to use. Yeah, that's gonna, there you go. To use other funds that we currently have in the district. For example, Fund 14 deferred maintenance, Fund 25 developer fees, and then also available funds from Shoreline. So what we've brought tonight is the updated budget allocation summary, which is the BAS in the shorthand. So some of the updates on the first one. So this is option A of the BAS. So there's going to be 3 versions presented, which is option A, which is as is, kind of with some changes. Option B has Mistral as modular construction, and option C as Mistral as portable. So staff's some of the things to go through in those highlighted yellow sections underneath the revenues. Shoreline, using Shoreline money and allocating it towards Measure G. The ending balance for in 2014-15 for the Shoreline count was approximately $7.5 million. We have a rough estimate from Todd Lee from Greystone that we will spend approximately just over $7 million in technology as part of the Measure G program. So it works out really well. So we were going to go ahead and transfer essentially $7.5 million of Shoreline, and we're not going to try to track these technology expenses. It would be very difficult to do that. But the idea of, we have a rough estimate of just over 7 million in technology. So we'll add the shoreline money into the overall count. Deferred maintenance, the use of $1 million from the deferred maintenance account. And then also the all of the developer fees that we currently have, which is just about $6 million. So when you add that to the couple of the other, and we're not sure if one of the ideas on there was the possibility of a contribution from the ending balance and the unrestricted ending reserves, but you'll see that as blank. That's an option for the future. We do have a sizable ending balance at the moment. So it gives us about a $215 million resource or revenues to be able to use. So as you start to scroll down, you'll start to look at some of the changes. One of the things that was recommended from previous administration, and which I totally support, you'll see line 1B. 1B is the idea of hiring either a director or a manager of that type to be able to oversee the bond program. I will say that I would like to say that I could do all of it, but I can't. With the upcoming program as it gets much larger with much more construction meetings, I attend probably about 1 for sure, maybe 2 construction meetings a month right now at Graham, based on my schedule, and someone needs to be there at every construction meeting to make sure that the district's money is being spent well. So this is the idea of hiring a director or a manager of some sort, a full-time person just for 4 years. It basically runs out for the life of the bond, or gets close to near the end as those projects start to wrap up. That person could actually start to leave the employee of the district, and I could take that back over. Lines 12, A, B, and C are the Castro Mistral lines, and which we'll show that in just a moment. If you scroll down just a little bit more, based on the December 10th board meeting, we went ahead and the projects on the horizon, a little more, thanks. You'll see at the bottom, we went ahead and added the district office line. It's just a placeholder for the moment. It's the idea. We got, Todd Lee gave us a rough estimate, $2 million for the district office to basically get a bare minimum modernization, just as many of our schools, the HVAC system and many of our schools with technology, wiring, et cetera, plumbing is old, need to be replaced. So $2 million is basically a minimum price, is what we shared with you on December 10th. $4 million is basically a decent, good modernization. Better actually is closer to $6 million to just tear down the whole thing and start over. Once you reach that 70% threshold of modernization to fix it versus what it would really cost to build a new one, it's better just to tear it down and start over. But we just put $4 million in as a placeholder. And then of course, preschool, we know that preschool, currently preschool, our traditional preschool program has approximately over 100 students on the waiting list. So we'd like to enlarge that program at some point. So we've gone ahead and put preschool as a line item. There's not any idea about scope yet. We do know as part of the Castro Mistral overall project, depending on how it looks, those 2 portables that currently, I think Mistral classes occupy, we will take those over as 2 preschool classes on the Castro Mistral campus, which is nice, but the idea of we would need to expand preschool. Preschool also here, which is probably I need to do a better nomenclature, the idea that we have a special ed preschool at Slater. Slater, you'll see line 29 has been added. We have the idea of you build a 450 student school, brand new, stick built, everything is approximately $30 million. If we build Slater as is, as the board took action at the last meeting to do so, the special ed preschool at Slater won't be able to be there. So I should probably add another line in there that talks about traditional preschool and then also the Slater preschool. You're totally good. So while we're loading, so if we look at this is option A, all those things have been added in. Castro Mistral stays exactly the same, unchanged. We look at the ending balance, essentially we're still short $3.7 million. If you flip over to option B, which is the Mistral being built with modulars and those savings, there's the toss, line 12B is the cost of modulars on that campus, and these are 450 capacity students. It's $37.6 million, which if you scroll down to the very bottom, all things being equal again, you have essentially a $1.6 million surplus. Now I will say, and I mentioned to do this from the very beginning, Kathy, if you'll scroll back up all the way to the very top, line 1C is the program contingency. Approximately, it's about 5% of the bond authority. So there's about $9.9 million of the bond authority that we have sitting there kind of as a cushion, waiting for those projects that might go over, unforeseen conditions. We don't want to value engineer everything out of projects. Value engineering is a very valid effort that districts will undertake with working with architects and program managers to make sure that there's nothing in there that we could make work, or the fact that it's good and it'll work. We don't need to necessarily do all the bells and whistles on some things. So sometimes value engineering is very good, but we definitely want to make sure that we don't value out or value engineer out the things that we really need for part of the program. So that cushion, that line right there, essentially that $10 million is sitting there to make sure that we're able to do that. So measure B, or option B, with Mistral as modulars, it's a $1.6 million surplus. And as we go through the overall bond program, that line 1C, that $9.9 million that is set aside right now will slowly decrease. We'll start using that money towards other things, just because you won't need to have that contingency as you get near to the end of the program. And then the final one is option C, a portable solution for Mistral. Essentially the total project, $34.8 million. And you get to the very bottom, and it's a surplus of the district right now, running balance of $4.4 million. So that's an update of where we are, if depending on how the board moves with a Mistral solution, which is up for discussion tonight.
Okay, clarifying questions by the board. Let's go with 1 minute each again, Ms. Lilka.
So just want to
yeah.
also point out 2 other options, well, actually technically 3 other options that aren't on there. Well, it could be possibly more, depending on how you want to add this all up. If you decide that you want Mistral to be a 350 student school, you're going to experience some cost savings at each level. Doesn't matter which one, unless you go with the first one. So that's one option that you have there. If you make the determination that choice schools are 350 as opposed to 450, because these budget allocation sheets call for it to be 450. Your other option, at least for balance sheet 1, if you so choose to do so, is that technically, and although this will make it extremely tight, you have $4 million allocated for the district office. You have $3.7 million that is allocated, that we are currently over. Another option that you could possibly explore is to allow the program to go as it is and to remove the district office completely off of the scope of work, knowing that Slater's preschool, as well as the district office, will be an added cost in the future when you open up Slater, and that we will need to determine a funding source for theirs. But that does allow for Castro Mistral to continue on its current path without any changes, and does bring the actual Measure G completely back into the black. And then again, you could turn around if you wanted to make some adjustments to that, and you can make a determination that you want to stay with option 1 plus reduce it to 350 to give yourself a little bit more cushion. And we would have to look at what the cost is to remove a couple of buildings. But I wanted to point these options out before you started having a discussion that all of these are viable options for you to explore, with the ultimate goal of making sure that we spend Measure G appropriately, and that we make sure that we eliminate the cost overruns that are there. So I would be remiss, and although I'm sure everybody, if there's anybody watching from the district office, would be upset because, you know, I don't think there's any argument about the space being adequate, but it is an option for you to explore also if you so choose to use it. But it would be but you would need to make that direction clear so that we know how to move forward.
Okay, clarifying questions by the board. I started with Trustee Gutierrez last time, so I'll start with Trustee Lambert.
Could you, what does the Stevenson plans involve here? There's permanent classrooms, 450 size?
Pontier, no. I don't know. I can't speak to it off the top of my head.
The
Stevenson-
question
those are
is
permanent classrooms.
Stevenson 450 in this plan and stick built?
Stevenson at the 450 in that plan is stick-built buildings.
Okay, so that's another.
No. So is modular. Stick built means not modular.
They're all out with like a stack of 2x4s and they're pounding them in place right there on site.
And you said 450? Okay. Yeah, so I have a question. We were just talking, had a big conversation about modulars at Castro. And then we just heard permanent at Stevenson and permanent at
Stick-built.
Slater.
Modulars are permanent.
When they say permanent, they're not referring to modulars,
But
as
the
far as I
architect
know.
said that was a
Yes.
mistake to say that. He said I should have said stick built instead of the
Okay,
word permanent.
So
that's why I asked.
So my question is, for Stevenson and for Slater, are you talking about modular buildings? Are you talking about stick-built buildings?
Again, up until this recent exercise, we've been talking about stick-built buildings. The beginnings of this, if we go back to the origins, was the SFIP, which indicates no portables anywhere in the campus. Discussions about modular were that based on, at least with Castro, where we were two-story, apples to apples comparison, there was not any significant savings to go from stick-built to modular construction. Again, apples to apples, two-story to two-story. So we've been down the road with on everything with the assumption that we're stick-built. I had proposed portables or modular construction for Stevenson in the facilities committee meetings, and I took a beating over it. So.
Yeah, so I'd be interested in revisiting the idea of modulars at both of those schools, or additional classrooms in any of our classrooms if we're talking about them at Castro.
And again, the main reason we didn't consider them at Castro was real estate challenge
Right.
in needing to go 2 levels.
Right, thank you. Trustee Coladinado.
I totally agree with what Trustee Wheeler just said, that if modulars are a good way to save money at Mistral, then I think they may be a good way to save money at Slater and Stevenson. And so I would direct, to the extent that one board member can direct, I'd love to see a future BAS that incorporates that.
So
and
I just want.
Can you wait till my beep? I would also like to thank staff because prior to a couple months ago, we never heard of such a thing as a BAS, and never saw a all-together Measure G plan that showed the trade-offs. But this is what you need to do that, and you can see district office, and you say, oh, well, then no preschool. Well, maybe we move this, or maybe we move that. It's the only responsible way to allocate $200 million. But this board last year never saw it, and the year before that never saw it, and the year before that never saw it. So thank you to staff.
I just want to point out the reason why Slater isn't on there is because it would be 30 million, and regardless of, I mean, the estimate is about 30 million, right? And because there are so many other moving pieces that we haven't yet looked at, we looked at this to say, based off of the existing projects that we have, we just don't have that. And it's not to say that we wouldn't, but I just want to point that out. If we put Slater on there, it doesn't matter which scenario we use, we're over budget. I will say, I think the other thing is whatever we do at Mistral is what we do at Stevenson. So that's the reality, and I think that's how we treat both choice plans. If we build a permanent structure for Mistral, if Mistral is in permanent structure, Stevenson is in permanent structures. If Mistral is in modulars, Stevenson is in modulars. If Mistral is in portables, Stevenson is in portables.
Do you
so I just
mean
want to point out.
stick-built when you said permanent?
Modulars are permanent, but the way you just said it made
Stick-
it sound like it wasn't.
Stick built, modulars, and portables. So I'll thank you for the clarification. So yes, if you choose for Mistral to be stick built, it is stick built. Stevenson will be stick built. If you choose for Mistral to be modulars, then Stevenson will be modulars. If you choose for it to be portables, then Stevenson will be portables. We would treat both choice programs exactly the same.
Trustee Nelson.
Yeah, I have to say also, this is wonderful. I'm glad we have an administration who now realizes that both you need to think strategically and we need to see it strategically to make long-term strategic decisions. And this is wonderful. And you gave us options. I would absolutely say I'm in favor of this BAS option B, where we do everything as this modular permanent construction, however it's done. I'm sorry we didn't do that for the middle schools when Mr. Lee gave us the option, but there was a desire to increase buildings and make them look two-story and wonderful. And I don't think we need to match Stanford's design school in what we do in this district. I really appreciate the principal Mistral talking about. The issue is the students and what their classroom is. So I'm absolutely in favor of this BAS version B.
Thank you. And I'll note that we're on clarifying questions right now, not on comments.
Sorry.
Trustee Gutierrez, you didn't get a chance to submit any questions.
Did Greg submit questions? Are we going this way?
We started with Trustee Lambert.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're the last
And-
one.
The other way. I see what you're saying.
No problem.
I'm not to.
Mine weren't really questions, though.
That's
Since you
fine.
asked. I guess.
Okay. So if we do this option with the modular and we look at Stevenson with the modular, then the budget looks different with the numbers. And so then with that difference, would you be able to then expand on the parking situation at the Castro Mistral School site and work towards that end?
So you're saying if we go with option B, which is 1.6 over, and we do both modulars for both, yes, it is possible. It is feasible for us to go back and look at the existing cost. I think, was it 1.2?
600,000 to 800,000 for the parking.
600,000 to 800,000 for the parking lot. Yes.
The east side.
The
parking lot.
Escuela side.
Yes.
Right, the Escuela side parking lot. That much, right?
West.
So that is a definite option. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any green cards for community comment for this section, and I will note that this was supposed to be a 10-minute item. So if nobody has any questions, I'd be thrilled for us to be able to go on. But before I end this section, if any trustees have any comments they want to make for 1 minute, I open it up for comments, and it is my turn for comments. So my comment is, I still believe programmatically that Mistral should be 450 students, and I don't see any reason why our two choice programs have to have the same number of students. So, there's a programmatic reason for Mistral to be 450, and I'm open to hearing what Stevenson should be, but I don't want us to build at 350 or 390 for Mistral.
So as following my convention, this meeting, I agree with everything Trustee Wheeler said, because we keep hearing, should the choice programs be 350 or 450? Well, it's more subtle than that, because Stevenson doesn't have the same sort of situation that Mistral has.
Right.
Whereas, like, if somebody moves away in fourth grade, it's hard to replace a fourth grader who's bilingual in Mistral. So Mistral needs to start with 3 kinders and then try to stay as close to 450 as it can, and it's currently at about 390. I think that's fine. Trying to get it to 450, I don't know how you would do that unless you had a 4th kindergarten and then you kick people out. So I don't think that we're setting ourselves up to do something wrong. Maybe if we try to mess with the current plan at Mistral, which is start with 3 kinders of 25 or 24 each, and then hold on as many as you can. 25, what was so funny? How many is it? 28. Oh, well, okay. Well, we're supposed to only go to 24 and all.
We are told that it's 24.
That's what whenever I ask, that's what I'm told what we do. So thank you for the info. But so whereas Stevenson, if it started with 2 kindergartens, they were 24 or 25 each, it would probably be able to keep most of them and be somewhere in the low 400s, which, or I'm sorry, that'd be 3. Maybe 2 is fine for Stevenson because it doesn't have that same phenomenon. So we should not try to have the same
Your
rule for
minute
both.
is up.
I noticed.
Okay, Trustee Nelson.
Thank you for the floor. Trustee Gutierrez, one of the reasons not to spend more money on parking, because think of it this way, the $1.5 million that you might spend on better parking, that money, because this technology money is just general fund money. That's what it would have been. It would have been tax money that would have come to us and went in the general fund. So what would you rather spend $1 or $2 million on? Instructional stuff for kids? More turnaround money for the kids that really need it? Or would you rather buy asphalt? Ask the principal of your school what she would rather do. Offline, go ask her what she would rather have that $1 million for. Would she rather have another $1 million or $1 million for Castro? Or would she rather have better asphalt? So I understand there's an issue of safety, but every architect I've seen design a traffic thing, the next architect hates it. It says it's bad, and all the parents say it's bad. So
Okay, so I'm going to do Trustee Gutierrez, then Trustee Lambert, then go on to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Madam President Wheeler. Well, thank you for the situational questions there, Trustee Nelson. I appreciate that. The reality is that we're trying to problem solve as best as we can issues that come up. To be honest with you, we should stick to what we had voted for in the first place 2 months ago. That's how you lead. You stick with your plan, you go forward. In this case, if there's an opportunity to be able to problem solve a situation that I've been through in the backside of the school and the front side, it's an issue, whether you walk or you drive. I have an SUV. I go down the backside, one car can fit there. When I see someone else coming over, I have to be nice and go to the side and let them go by, or they'll do the same for me. That's why I brought those issues up. And I appreciate the time that we have to explore these ideas, and this is how we get things done. So thank you.
Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, we'll return to previous comment. I really, the task force that were set up at the beginning of the year discussed quite a bit about the benefits of programming and having 3 tracks in each school. I appreciate that 100%. The reality is, as I see it, we do not have enough kids in each of our 9 schools now to have 450 kids in each school. If we build the 450 for each school, something is going to have to give somewhere, and there's going to be schools that just have too few kids to be supported. And I think we're in a real quandary going forward if we don't address that. How we're going to handle that situation in the construction, planning, and in the boundaries of a district that is going to happen sometime in the future.
Okay, thank you. Here's our ding, ding, ding. And I have a response to Trustee Lambert, but I'm going to respect my own rules here and go on to the next item.
Just quickly, and maybe I missed this, we're looking for guidance. So if I could just sort of get a feel for where you would like us to go, that can determine how we spend our time on this. And I know we want to move to another topic, but I have one, stay with the original plan. I have one that I captured that says go with option B, which is the use of modulars.
I'm like that too. I
Which
prefer option
one?
B as well.
2.
So what I said earlier is I think it's too early to give direction before we have this extra meeting regarding Castro. It's sounding like it's feeling to me like the atmosphere in the room is calmer now, and we've all, been thinking about things. But I think to honor what we said earlier about wanting to have another meeting and get more input, I think it's too early to, give direction tonight regarding these things. I have an opinion, but I want to respect what I said earlier about giving the community time to talk with us.
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
We may not give direction on where we want to go, but can we at least have direction on where we don't want to go? I haven't heard anyone say that they're in favor of a portable solution.
Okay,
Can
so
we as staff
can-
only mock up stick-built as is and modular solution, and we can take portables off the table?
Okay,
Fine
so
with me.
can I
Yes.
ask right now, can I have a show of hands? How many people are in favor of keeping portables as part of the solution?
Oh, okay. District wide can never put a portable down? Is that,
We're
because
only-
that's not the question I think you're asking.
No, she's answering my question just as right. We're talking about Mistral right now because that's what we're bringing back. Talking about option B, Mistral having a as-is modular portable solution. I haven't heard anyone talk about portables. Yay, let's do those. But I have heard 3 board members talk about they would support modulars. So for staff capacity and what we can do over the next couple of weeks, adding a special meeting, I'm just talking about what we can do with our bandwidth.
Okay.
If we know that portables are not even going to be entertained, why would we work up the time to do portables when we know they're not going to happen? So if the 5 of you give direction that portables, we're not even going to consider portables for a Mistral and or Stevenson solution, then don't do it. That would be great.
Perfect.
Before
And
we
you're
do that-
talking
hold-
about-
Excuse me, trustee Nelson.
I'm asking
Before,
a-
excuse me,
she's in charge.
trustee Nelson. Before we do a hand vote on this, I was going to call on you. And if you have a quick comment or question before we do this quick vote.
Yeah, I had a question. What we're referring to is the standard complement of classrooms, not any auxiliary buildings or spaces or anything like that, right? Is that clear what we mean? At least that's how I think of it.
Okay, so let
Okay.
me ask for a show of hands. Raise your hand if you would like to include portables as part of the plans that we want the district to present to us
For Mistral and
for
Stevenson.
Mistral and Stevenson. Okay, so there's your answer. No portables. I don't think, okay,
With comment.
okay.
I think this is a decision that, as far as I'm concerned, I need to make the
Well, they've
Well,
they've
they've
told us
given
they
us
don't like portables.
27
I-
things that they don't want
No, I
portables.
understand that.
I've heard a lot of things tonight. I don't know who's saying what and who's representing what. I wanna
Okay,
hear it.
so one person has abstained and 4 people have said they're not voting yes, so they're voting no. Okay?
Okay.
And I'm not willing to go further on that right now.
That's good enough to provide us with direction.
Okay. So now we are going to go on to review of parcel tax resolution, final reading. And I'll note that we are an hour over time. So it is almost an hour, 8:35. And this is supposed to be a 10-minute item, so we will see.
That probably is ill-advised.
His presentation versus
Dr. Rudolph, do you have any introduction or shall we just take it away?
I don't think you need one, but welcome back, Mr. Heath. We're glad that you're here.
Thank you.
So we're going to be talking about the parcel tax a little bit more. Gene and Charles, is Jeremy here also?
Yes.
Yeah. So Gene, there we go. We got our trifecta here who's going to give us some more insight about where we are sort of with the parcel tax and the results of their polling, so that we can make a decision about whether or not we want to continue to move forward with the possible election, or if we're going to sort of punt on this one for a little while.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Good evening. At your December 10th meeting, we reviewed a draft of a potential parcel tax renewal resolution. noting that there were a couple key items that were still open questions related to that resolution. First and foremost among those items was the tax rate that we would be seeking in a renewal measure. As you'll recall from the survey that Mr. Bregman conducted back in September, the support levels for increased parcel taxes above the level that would simply continue the existing $2.8 million in annual revenue fell well below the 2/3 mark. There was a concern that voters were not understanding that a good portion of that tax rate was a continuation of what they're already paying. They were overestimating the portion that was a new tax. So we wanted to come back and conduct some additional research to try to understand if we're able to clarify for voters the portion of the tax rate that is existing versus new, would that change support levels? We also wanted to conduct some outreach in the community, raise awareness about the impending expiration of the parcel tax. Some of that work happened before the end of last year. And on the heels of that, Mr. Bregman came back and conducted a tracking survey to give us some additional data to help us make a decision on where we go from here. So with that, I'll turn it over to Gene to present the results of his most recent survey, and then I'll be back to provide some recommendations based on that data.
I'm shorter.
Or he's taller.
Thank you, Charles. Nice to see you all again. I will try to go through fairly quickly what we did in the survey. I think. No. Oh, it did. Okay. We did the interviewing just this last few days ago. We started on Sunday, finished on Tuesday, completed 404 interviews with people who, based on their voting history, can accurately be described as likely voters in a spring 2016 election. The margin of error will range depending on the response level from a low of 2.9 to plus or minus 4.9. Points of information, 72% of the people in this universe are permanent absentee voters. Only 17% actually have children attending school in this district at the moment. 44% were interviewed on their cell phones, and the party registration split is Democrat 52, Republican 19, Independents and others 29%. So, chart one. The first series of questions we asked were for overall job ratings for the district in general, for the board, and for the administration. Very consistent, looking at the excellent good ratings. In September, 53 and 55 now for the district in general, 33 and 37 for the board, the administration, 40 and 43, all good positive ratings. People who have kids in the schools are more positive to all of these than others. Others tend to be folks who don't have an opinion. And then this chart actually just sort of summarizes the question we've asked in every one of the polls we've done for you all, going back to February of 2003, and there's now 6 of them, the overall job rating for the district, and it is fairly steady but steadily improving. 45, 46, 50, 53, 53, and now 55%. So that's certainly a good sign. We also ask in all of our surveys related to tax measures, how much need does a district have for more money? Great need, some need, a little need, or no real need. This one, again, tracks the 6 surveys. The green line is the combined some and great need, and the 25, in this case, 25%, the blue line is just the great need number. Again, very consistent with the survey in September, with a 67 and 65, and 22 and 25 for the great need. This is the first indication that things are a little difficult, because remember, any measure for parcel tax we put on the ballot needs 2/3, which is 67%. Again, people who have kids in the schools, the yes voters, Democrats, younger women, more often say there's a need for more money for the district. No voters, people without kids in the schools, younger men, although they had more often had no opinion, and Republicans were less likely to say that there was a need. And then we get into our initial votes, and we read people a paragraph similar to what they would see when they either got their ballot in the mail or went to the voting booth. And it was informed in its design by what we had learned in the previous poll to try to make clear exactly what was happening. But we started with a tax rate of $275, and we said that it was a $140 tax increase over what most homeowners are currently paying. And you see, we only had 57% saying yes. Anybody who didn't say yes, we said, well, okay, how about if the tax rate were $246 or $119 increase? And that we picked up a little to 60%. We dropped it down to $223, a $96 increase. We're up to 63%. Finally get to the magic 2/3 margin at the $191.64 tax increase, where we hit 68%, which is essentially what you need to maintain the current level of funding that you're getting from the tax as is. Generally speaking, again, more support from the people who have the kids in the schools. Democrats, especially older Democratic men and younger Democratic women, are more supportive. People who've lived here a shorter period of time. Independents and others tended to respond like Republicans to most of these, which is somewhat unusual. And of course, people without kids in the public schools were less supportive. And then we asked the votes again after we gave people some information, positive and negative, which we'll get to in a minute, what that specific information was. And the tax rates the responses didn't change a lot. The 275 was still 57%, 58, 62, and up at 66%. Again, still right at the level where it's sort of touch and go for getting something passed. Now, this next chart shows the various positive statements that can be made about the measure and why people might want to support it. And we asked them, does each one of these make you much more likely to favor the measure, somewhat more likely, or have no effect to your opinion one way or the other? The top scoring one is the one that's always the top scoring one, just about everywhere we've asked it in the, I don't know, several hundred surveys like this we've done, which is all the money raised with the measure will stay here in our local community and cannot be taken away by the state. Of course, Democrats and people who vote yes find each of these more convincing. No voters, younger men, and particularly people in the 40 to 49 year range, were a little less swayed by most of these. A couple of just interesting things I wanted to point out. As you might think, item E, which is sort of in the middle, senior citizens and low-income homeowners with disabilities can apply for an exemption from the cost of this measure. That was more important to people who don't have kids and people who are over 65 years of age. And there's several others that are of interest. Renters, for some reason, were more positive towards the Independent Oversight Committee. The over 65s also liked item G, which is all children deserve the same high quality education, regardless of which school or in which district they attend school. The measure will help ensure Mountain View students are at least as well prepared as Los Altos students when they all get to the same high school. And there's a few other little ones which I'm sure Charles will find very interesting when he gets around to trying to convince people that they need to support this, assuming you will decide that you want to put something on the ballot. And then our last chart is the items which were in opposition to any measure that might be on the ballot. Again, the choices were much more likely, somewhat more likely to oppose in this case, or have no effect on your vote. The top scoring item is actually one that would not come into play if you did the $191 level, or even the secondary level, 223, which is our schools need money, but this measure will more than double the parcel tax we are currently paying. That really only applied to the top rate we were testing. And then we also have the 29, 26, 25, all in the 20s. One of the key factors here is that all of these levels are lower than just about all the ones on the positive side. It would be nicer if they were half the level, since you need 2/3 of the people to vote yes, but they are still significantly less. It's interesting, people who eventually do change to become yes voters during the course of the survey didn't start out that way, but the negative items that affect them, in other words, the ones you're going to have to make sure you win over in the end, don't start that way, are all related to money. Item C, doubling the tax rate. Item A, it's not a fair tax. Item F, with an automatic yearly cost of living adjustment in a few years, we could be paying a lot more than the district claims. And of course, the no voters, people without kids, are more positively affected by each of these statements. So I'm trying to keep somewhere close to our 10 minutes before I hand this back to Charles. It seems rather clear that if you decide that you want to go anywhere with this, it's going to probably be at the lowest level to just sort of maintain where you are now. But I will let Charles delve into that in more detail, and then we can probably take your questions together at that point.
Thank you, Gene. So as Gene previewed, our recommendation, much like what we saw in the initial survey that was conducted in September, is that we're not seeing the level of support to justify seeking a tax rate above that base 191 level that continues your existing level of funding. What's interesting is that both the compelling negative arguments and the ratings of the school district are either related to the size of the tax rate, not really related to governance and management issues in the district. So it suggests here that our real obstacle is just a dollars and cents affordability. What's an amount of money that the voters are willing to support at this time? So given the impending expiration of your tax, we think the prudent thing to do would be to pursue the $191 tax rate at this point. That doesn't preclude you from, in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, seeking a supplemental tax to address a need. And that's a strategy we've discussed in the past, and other school districts around you have certainly pursued. The other recommendation that I want to highlight is that we're also recommending a duration for this measure of 8 years, which would make the duration of this measure consistent with the Measure C renewal that occurred in 2008. I think that consistency is helpful. It follows past practice. We had talked about trying to extend that to maybe 10 years or longer. However, I think we're seeing support levels here that are tenuous enough that we need to rein things in and make sure that we're giving ourselves every advantage to help us hit that 2/3 mark. Similarly, we are recommending against including the cost of living adjustment. You saw in the negative arguments that the idea that this is an automatically increasing tax was a concern for some voters. And again, if we were sitting at a higher level of support, 70% plus, I think we would have the room to add on some additional features that would benefit the district, like a cost of living adjustment. I'm just not seeing the comfort level with the level of support to justify that. Now, in the past, we've talked about what's the appropriate start date for the new renewal measure. Should it go into effect immediately upon voter approval so that the new tax would take effect in 2016-17, or should we wait for the Measure C tax to expire and then this would basically continue on after that? The rationale for starting the new measure earlier is if you're going to receive additional revenue, you want to realize that additional revenue as soon as possible to benefit the district. Here we're talking about essentially a continuation of your existing level of revenue. So thus, I think it makes sense that under this scenario where we were pursuing the $191 tax rate, we would wait until Measure C expires and then have this continue after that. With the 8-year duration, that also gives you an additional year before a renewal would be required. Aside from that, the other provisions of the measure we suggest should remain the same as what you currently have. Seniors over the age of 65, low-income residents with disabilities, those various exemptions that are available to you under the law should be continued. And also the accountability protections that have been in place with your parcel tax since it was first created in 2004 should continue to be included as well. Mandatory independent citizens oversight committee in annual audits. We continue to recommend proceeding with the May 2016 mail ballot election, assuming that this is the tax rate that you want to pursue. We think that given the issues that may be coming together with the presidential primary in June, There are some unknown factors. It may still be competitive in California in June, which would be a first in many, many years here. So I think avoiding some of that uncertainty and risk by putting this measure on the ballot in May makes some sense. And I have some turnout data related to that to share with you in a minute. Based on Gene's most recent polling, we've also done some work to update the recommended ballot question, mostly just wordsmithing, but you'll see we also inserted in there the $191 tax rate. We've also worked with your legal counsel to find a way to weave in that this is a $64 increase above and beyond what most homeowners are currently paying. Again, that's that pertinent information that we think people need to understand how this is different from what they're already experiencing. The 8 years, and we've removed any reference to the cost of living adjustment. So I'd appreciate any feedback on this tonight, because we are targeting a January 21st board action on the resolution that would include this language. And then I referenced, we had discussed at your December 10th meeting, voter turnout in mail ballot elections versus primary elections, because we were discussing sort of the pros and cons of a mail ballot versus putting this measure on the June primary election. And there was some question as to, well, what's been the experience here in Santa Clara County when school districts have put parcel taxes on mail ballot elections versus turnout in those primary elections. And I think the thinking was that, well, a statewide primary might generate higher voter turnout. So you can see here a series of different school districts around the county that have conducted mail ballot parcel taxes. Your most immediate example, Los Altos School District there, which had a mail ballot election in May of 2011, where they had about 56.5% voter turnout, compared to the last presidential primary election in June 2012, which is analogous to what we'll have next year or later this year in June of 2016. Voter turnout in that election was 46%. So the mail ballot election was higher. Similarly, you can see a number of other examples. Palo Alto, which has conducted 2 May mail ballots, where turnout was either greater than or essentially equal to the presidential primary turnout, so on and so forth. Really the only example here where turnout in the special mail ballot election was significantly lower than the presidential primary was in Campbell School District. But aside from that, it has tended to be greater than or equal to the presidential primary turnout. So, and these are direct comparisons of turnout in that school district for the mail ballot election versus turnout in that school district for the presidential primary election. So happy to answer any questions related to that. So lastly, next steps and deadlines. If we do want to qualify for that May mail ballot election, we have an upcoming deadline of February 5th. So our plan would be to update the parcel tax renewal resolution based on our recommendations here tonight and any direction we receive from you. Bring back to you that final resolution for your final review and adoption at your January 21st meeting. That would allow us to deliver that board adopted resolution to the registrar of voters prior to the February 5th deadline. We would wrap up our public information and outreach efforts to make sure the community is aware of this election that would be occurring and what the issues related to it are. And then we would be preparing to transition to the independent advocacy campaign. Of course, there no district resources can be used to advocate for the measure. So we would have to work with citizens and volunteers to raise the resources and mount a campaign. So those are our recommendations, and happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. We're going to do, I think, clarifying questions and substantive comments at the same time, and then we'll do community comments. So going down the line, giving everybody 1 minute. Do you want to make a comment?
Just
first,
FYI, we also have
Superintendent
legal
Woodall?
counsel here if you want to ask questions about the legal aspect of it.
Thank you. Will our legal counsel please raise your hand so we can, thank you. All right.
Happy New Year, Phil. Welcome.
I'm going to have a question, so come on
Okay.
up.
That's Phil
So,
Henderson. That's Phil Henderson.
so 1 minute per trustee, and we're up to Trustee Coladonato.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Heath, for this presentation.
My pleasure.
One item that came up that I thought was interesting was from the survey. You said that people that were here for less time, it seemed to skew in favor of funding. You just listed off, it's like just in passing. Is that typical? Typical. Okay, so it's not a Mountain View sort of thing, but people that move somewhere.
It's more of an age related.
younger more likely to have children in school.
Okay. All right. And then, so we don't expect them to stay more in favor as they get older. They drop off like everybody else. I was hoping that like people were moving in that were more interested in our schools, but.
I think those are families arriving that are sending their kids to the schools, and that's why they have an interest in the issue.
Okay. It doesn't look like we ever asked, do we have the timer going? Not on that screen. We never asked about anything lower than 191. It's looking to me like we might need to go below 191 because on one of these, it's 66%. And then things like this came out today. School board slammed in scathing audit. So things like this can only make the number go down. And who knows how many more of these are going to be written by the fine journalists in the local community in the meantime. And so that can only, I mean, even if everything's true in there, it's going to cause some people on the fence to, you know.
It's
So
the editor.
I'd propose we consider something like $49 above the 127, which I don't know what that results in, but it seems even cheaper than 64 more. And then you get higher than 66.
Right. I will note that the 66% support level was after voters had heard a litany of negative arguments that represents a pretty aggressive opposition campaign. So one of the factors we have to think about here is, and to try to handicap, is what's the likelihood of active, organized, credible opposition against the measure, which would essentially result in that $66 mark. I mean, honestly, we've approached this process from the very beginning with the goal of trying to make the district whole at the end of the day, continue the level of funding that you're already receiving. But there is certainly a risk tolerance question in all of this, right? 2/3 is a very difficult threshold to get over. We're seeing that we're already right on the bubble of that. So, you know, tax rate is one of the key tools we have to try to create some comfort level and a buffer above that 2/3 mark.
Thank you. Trustee Nelson?
Yeah, I have a question of the lawyer. I noticed this has a clause in it that says every exemption that was in the previous two things is kept in this one. Unfortunately, my reading of that appellate court decision said the law says you can only offer two exemptions, and that is the senior citizen and the SSI, and you can't make up anything else. Otherwise, it isn't in there, and it's not going to be uniform. We have something that is contiguous business property. At first, I couldn't figure out why it was in why we had so many people so many parcels that are not taxed. And then I realized there's probably a clause, even though it isn't in the ballot thing, for the last measure that says anything that was granted before is grandfathered and kept. I would like to have that taken out so we don't get a legal challenge to this thing on some stupid thing like a condominium that's owned by a big corporation that has subdivided their condos gets a big tax break.
Okay, I don't know if I'm 100% sure of your question. Maybe give me an extra
There's an
10 seconds,
exemption.
but-
It says everything that was granted in the previous measure, every exemption is granted. It continues. Grandfathered exemptions.
And if we're talking about the exemptions that are in the statute regarding the 65 or older, the SSI exemption and for
Those are the
for
only two.
disability and for disability
Yeah.
regardless of age, those three are statutorily can be exempted. So on your previous one, if I remember correctly, you had two, but not the third. Is that correct?
Because the SSIDI exemption was not available in the
Statute at that time, exactly.
Right. I'm worried about if you go look on our site, it has an exemption letter for if you have contiguous properties used for business, then you get a special thing and it's not done uniformly. And so that is quite obviously against, at least as a layman reading, what the appellate court said, no, you can only do the exemptions that are specifically in the code. You can't add anything else. You can't exempt small parcels. You can't, because then it makes it, quote, not the non-uniformity issue. Can you just take that section out?
We have not analyzed that specifically. I don't know if bond counsel has analyzed that specifically.
That's what
but
I'm
you're right.
asking you to
Okay.
analyze specifically, because why should we have a suit?
No, and I don't disagree. By all means, that should be analyzed to ensure that that is a feature that should either not be grandfathered in, so we can avoid that kind of a challenge. And we have not done that analysis yet.
Right.
so
I would like
absolutely
it
we can.
not grandfathered in,
Understood. Okay.
because I'm pretty sure it's illegal.
And it very well maybe if it's going to violate the uniformity, if it's grandfathered in, so.
I'd hate to be on
Thank
where
you.
actually
Trustee
have to do
Gutierrez.
So I have a quick question. Of those surveyed, any chance we know how many of them are property owners? If you gave us that info, I must have missed it. I had to step out, so I'm sorry.
Homeowners were 73% on the 25% renters.
Okay, and of the
I don't know if the renters owned other property.
sure, of the 73% that were homeowners, how many of that percentage have children attending our schools? Okay,
Where you go with this?
I have questions and I'm asking
No, I just
so
wanna-
for
I'm trying to follow
clarification.
your reasoning.
Excuse me.
It's okay to.
Thank you,
Please just
though.
listen.
He's looking up. I just want to know. Are you trying to? Okay.
While
We'll
Gene's
be
doing
quiet.
this, I will say all of these different demographic groups, whether it's home ownership, age, partisanship, they're all in the same proportion in the survey, then we would expect that same proportion to be in the expected voter turnout for the election. Yeah.
Good polling.
I'm going to ask us to go on to Trustee Lambert while Mr. Bregman is looking up.
15 or 50?
Roughly 15% of the homeowners have kids in this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Slightly lower than the renters, because it's 70% overall.
So now I have two questions. One is, I'd always heard that in Mountain View, we were about 50% homeowners and 50% renters. So I'm wondering why the survey results are showing you're polling 72% homeowners.
That's the voting ratio.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's interesting.
Voters are very different than population.
Right. So, I'll take you at your word there. And the other is for Mr. Heath. I'm extremely interested in the 68%, 66% numbers of favorability when we know that we need 66 2/3% to pass this. In your past experience with parcel tax campaigns, are 66 and 68% support numbers pretty good numbers to go with, or are they lower than what we should really be thinking about at this time?
There's no doubt about it that we are close to that threshold required for passage. There is not a lot of buffer to provide a comfort level. In each of our elections here in Mountain View, aside from the one election where we faced well-financed, well-organized opposition, with a good campaign where we were able to rally volunteers and other folks in the community to advocate for the measure, we've been able to outperform our poll results. So that gives me some confidence that, again, if we can avoid well-funded, well-organized opposition and mount a strong grassroots community campaign, we can hit 68 or better at the numbers that were tested in the poll. It remains to be seen the level of enthusiasm and organization we'll be able to generate for this measure. I would hope that we'd be able to replicate what we've been able to do here in the past. And if we do, I think 68 is within our reach.
Okay, so we started with Trustee Caldonado. I'm going to go to community comments. I have one community comment card. Does anybody else want to make a comment at this time? Okay, Mr. Dubé. Looks like we've got one more. So we're running really late and we've been doing 1 minute comments. So let
That's
me
fine.
ask
I
for 1
should,
minute
it should be
comments.
just 1 minute. And so thank you for letting me come up here and speak. And Charles, thanks for the conference call we had a couple of weeks ago to clarify my question. So I urge the board to approve the new parcel tax outlined by our parcel tax consultant, Charles. I've heard Mr. Caldonado and Mr. Nelson's concern last month over the flat tax approach, and I do agree that a progressive tax would be more fair, but we're not at a state where we can afford to use our resources and time and the staff's time for a legal battle, which will most definitely occur if we challenge the current legislature. The audit made it clear we have a lot of work to do to get our district moving in the right direction. Your priority needs to be the students in our community and focus on that. I look forward to Dr. Rudolph's proposals to tackle the issues outlined in the audit, but I know he is going to need our focus and his staff's focus to do that. Delaying this vote will only defocus him and his work on where it should be. Approving the new parcel tax will allow the community that is ready to start pro parcel tax campaign, and which we're ready to, which we're eager to do. So again, I urge you to pass this parcel tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McClellan.
So I've supported every parcel tax that we have proposed in the last 15 years. I've campaigned for them, and I continue to support the parcel tax. But I do have some questions. I was surveyed with a postcard. I sent back my response. I now have 4 voters in my house, so I carry a lot of weight here. My daughter just turned 18, so she's excited to vote. I have some questions about the language. It says in there very clearly, in every parcel tax, offer competitive compensation to attract and retain the best teachers and to maintain small class sizes. And I'm okay with that language as long as it actually happens. Last year, when we had our very contentious conversations about our contract, we asked the question, what about parcel tax for part of a salary increase? And we were told, no, you cannot use that because it's non-renewable or not necessarily sustainable. So I just want to be careful about some of the things that we're saying, because the public, and I'm sure many people, will be thinking that, hey, that's a great thing. So just to
Thank you.
kind of share my feelings.
Thank you. And Mr. Clark or Mr. Rudolph or Dr. Rudolph, Dr. Clark or Dr. Rudolph, will you give us some background about the language about teachers in the, or maybe Mr. Heath, teachers in the language?
I had a question
on a
too.
second.
And it
Yeah,
had,
wait your turn. It's okay.
oh, okay. You get more questions?
Well, you can just do
Well,
it.
to that item specifically, I mean, the point is a good one, that parcel tax funding is a temporary revenue source. So you want to be careful about committing yourself to long-term obligations when you have a short-term funding source, right? So I think that to the extent that these dollars were used in the course of negotiations with employee associations, you would want to factor in the duration of those funds. When we presented a series of potential uses for the parcel tax funding, the idea of ensuring that this district was able to continue to offer competitive compensation so teachers could afford to live in a high cost of living place like Mountain View rose to the top of the priority list, and that's one of the reasons why it's called out here.
Yeah, so that doesn't specifically answer her question though, of how maybe Mr. Sherman in the back could provide some more information, but how do we use the parcel tax to provide more salary for
Point of order.
teachers?
What are we in now? We're asking questions or substantive comments or public comments?
I
Just
am.
trying to keep
I
track of
am-
where we are.
Yes, I am asking a question.
So do we
I'm
get chances to ask
free.
questions as well?
Yes, I'm happy to let
Okay.
you ask a
I just
question.
wanna know.
Yes. So I don't know if Mr. Sherman can provide more information or Dr. Clark.
The only thing I would say right now is I feel like we're headed into a place about negotiations.
Okay.
And I don't feel comfortable saying anything publicly about how we negotiate with teachers about how to use the parcel tax money.
So I'm interested in how have we used the parcel tax money in the past? So I'm asking the chair of our parcel tax committee to come up to the microphone to provide some clarity on this.
And since I don't sit in negotiations, that's a story I can't give away. What I can say is that we use parcel tax money to identify very specific programs. In a school district where 85% roughly of every dollar we spend is a personnel cost, many times the cost, the expense funded by the parcel tax for a specific program turns out to be a specific person. If that person, absent the parcel tax, was funded by general fund money, then there is less general fund money to go around for all the other things the district does, including paying all the other compensation of all the other employees. The best example right now is elementary PE, which is a parcel tax thing right now, and it's an outside person. Elementary PE is required by law. So if we don't have the outside person, then the elementary school teacher is doing PE. Now, in many people's lives, there's a disconnect between time and money. In my life, for certain, if somebody's going to give me extra time, I think about that as part of my compensation. So an elementary teacher who does not have to run her students through state law mandated physical education for X number of minutes, 200 over whatever period that is, has that much more time to focus on the rest of that teacher's subject matter. That's one way that parcel tax helps fund teacher compensation.
Thank you. Good, nice answer. So because I asked a follow-up question here, if any other trustees would like to ask a quick follow-up question, I'm happy to have that. So Trustee Coladonado, you
Actually,
raised
I
your
have
hand.
comments. They can wait until we get to, we're going to do comment period after this, right? That comes after the public comment. Trustee comment.
I have a question to staff.
Non-questions.
This is Dr. Rudolph, and I didn't understand your answer because I did send it in a question. There's a, and maybe the people who have, how many parents or middle school teachers are there in the audience? Just one? A former board candidate? There's something in the language that says reduce the size of math and English, the core things, to 25 students in this language. Is that what the math and English classes are now at the middle schools? You're at Graham, right? Yeah. Are they at 25 students in your math and English classes now?
We're doing class size reduction in K through 3.
Okay, why is it mentioned for 4 through 8?
In the language?
Yeah, in the language.
Is it?
Class size reduction for all classes?
Well, could you read that to me? I don't have it, but I think it in the thing in the language it talks about. Yeah.
It says, expand class size reduction offsetting reduced state funding for K-3 class size reduction and lowering class size for grades 4 through 8 core academic classes to 25 to 1. That's the second bullet on page
Right.
2 in the long.
Well, just because it's
language.
there doesn't mean that we technically have enough funds to do it. But it
Right.
does.
So I think
it
if we
does
don't
open-
technically have enough funds to do it, we shouldn't put it in the language.
But it opens up in the event that you do have the ability to do it, or that through the strategic plan or through direction of the board, that you would like to exercise class size reduction at those grades and use parcel tax money to do it.
Okay.
You have the opportunity to do it because it's actually in the language.
Right.
If it's not in the language, over the course of 7 years, you would not be able to use the parcel tax funds for that cost.
That's perfectly fine with me. And as of 2009, I don't know if the MVEA current president is here, that it was clear in 2009 that the MVEA did not want the money used for class size reduction in 4 to 5, that they thought it was much more important that it be K to 3. So you said there isn't money to do it. We heard if we could do a $300 tax, then there would be money to do it. And you guys haven't given me any cost of how much. I asked, how much would this cost to actually implement it? I hope you have that answer. Because otherwise you're promising stuff that we can't, what you just sort of said we can't do, we aren't going to have the money for.
No, you asked that question on Monday.
I did, and I still didn't get the answer, guys.
What happened to the timer? anyways.
There's just not
Sorry,
enough.
you need to keep me on the timer, just like you need to keep
There's
everybody
just,
else on the timer.
there's not enough, there wasn't enough time to answer that question. I mean,
Okay.
That's to figure out what the cost of reducing class sizes on every single grade level to get it down to 25-1 requires us to neglect the other task in order to pull that off.
That's what you're promising in the bond, in this language. So if you can't deliver it, I really object to promising it to parents and they come back and say, why are there 30 kids in my math class? When you promised right here in this language, 25. So I guess I object to governments doing that. But you guys can propose what you choose. You can keep what language you want. In the end, I will vote on whether I want to go through with this at this particular time.
Are we on to?
And I
substan-
understand it's a hard
Yes.
calculation. That's why I ask you to do it.
Okay, trustee Coladinado.
I would like to address, what's the title for a attorney? Squire Henderson?
Esquire.
Esquire Henderson. Esquire Henderson, I'd like to just thank you for the quality of so we have a confidential legal opinion from you on the per square foot, half a cent per square foot. Yeah, one of them we got from another law firm said basically, no. And then yours shows thought and it shows nuance and it's very compelling reading. But it does come out and say that the odds are against us in terms of the,
So
precedent.
just
And
want to remind you,
so-
it was a
I'm-
confidential.
Yeah.
No,
buy-in.
but I have to be able to say whether it is
No, you don't.
wildly, and I have the right to be able to say whether what he said is wildly supportive or opposed, in my opinion, because I have to decide whether to vote on something.
You can decide that and not
I
bring
didn't
this
read
up.
any of it, but I think it was very well written. I appreciate the thought that you put into it because it helped me decide that it's probably not worth going for right now, but then maybe in the future, whether some other districts do things like that or the legislature changes things, it could significantly change the landscape. And that's
Mr.
what I understand.
Coldonado, if we can.
I'm done.
We can decide to put this public if it's a vote of the board that decides to make it public.
Oh.
But in
I didn't share
the
with anyone
fact that
and-
we haven't done it, I think our superintendent was right to say, please don't say anything more.
Are those
So
your
I-
substantive comments?
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm going to ask, try to close down this item pretty soon. Trustee Gutierrez or Trustee Lambert, do you have any more comments you want to make on this? Okay.
I'm very disappointed that, based on their surveys, district won't support high tax rate. Nevertheless, I respect your recommendations to go forward with the
Trustee Gutierrez.
I appreciate your time and being able to field our questions. Sometimes my questions are a little bit different, but that's because I think differently. I like to think about strategy and politics and bringing people together. And you need to ask those questions to try and figure out what can you do as a board to address this topic? What can you do as a board to look towards the future and do the best thing that you can in providing an option for the voters to actually say yay or nay to what we're asking. That's all we can do. Thank you for that. And if you notice, the attorney on board and the paralegal didn't say anything about the other issue.
There's two attorneys on the board. Trustee
Exactly.
Gutierrez.
Two attorneys. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. The paralegal
That's
missed
a
that.
correction.
Yeah. So Dr. Rudolph and Dr. Clark, I think what you're asking tonight is some direction from the board before we come back for the final vote.
Yes, ma'am.
So the direction that I would provide is I support this language. I'm intrigued with the idea of putting this on the May ballot. I plan to vote in favor of it on the 21st. That's what I'll say.
So based on the way that we allocate 1 minute per thought, we never got a chance to discuss what I think is another material situation with this bond. I don't, it doesn't,
tax.
or with
Parcel
this parcel tax. It doesn't appear to me to be worth $200,000 to have it on its own election as opposed to the one that's the following month. I'd rather spend that money on programs. So I'd like to, probably now is not the time, but I'd like to try to persuade my fellow board members that the June primary is a perfectly acceptable time to have this election. And that's how I'll be voting on the 21st.
You need 4 votes to put a parcel tax on, so it doesn't, whether.
I'd
if
like
you-
to, well,
if you
we're out of
decide-
time now, but I'd like to try to persuade them that it's better to do that then than in May.
All we're asking for is direction in terms of, do you want the dollar amount? If you're saying you're not going to vote for it, then it boils down to the other 4.
Well, I also think that the dollar amount should probably be lower because we're right on the edge. And it'd be better to get a parcel tax passed that's 181 or 171.
So your position is clear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Nelson.
I pass.
Okay. So Dr. Rudolph, do you want any more input from us tonight before the 21st?
Do you have anything about the dollar amount or?
I'm
just so-
fine.
okay.
I'd like to have this move forward. It seems like we have colleagues on the board that are hesitant. That's 2. So for what it's worth.
So we'll be working with your legal counsel over the next week to develop the final resolution. I think what I'm hearing in terms of direction is the 190. There seems to be some majority consensus around the 191 that we recommended, the 8 years, the no cost of living, and the May election date.
If we did 190, then we can go in and say we're going to raise less in this parcel tax than we did in the previous one, right?
While technically that would be true, I think that the community
Slightly
would
less.
quickly see through that as an election
okay.
ploy.
All right. So thank you, Mr. Heath, Mr. Bregman, and your junior
Mr. Henderson.
colleague back there, and Mr. Henderson. Yes, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 9E. And can I ask, do we really want to have this item tonight and go straight on to the quality review report? Or I could,
I have an opinion on it.
this is an innocent question of, how critical is it that we hear this report tonight, knowing that the DQR report is an hour long?
I have an opinion.
And we're going to schedule another board meeting.
I propose we postpone the DQR and take the testing report because the staff member who doesn't normally have to come to these meetings, unlike Superintendent Rudolph, has been sitting here for 3 hours or whatever. And anyways, that we can fit that in before the normal adjournment time, whereas I don't think the DQR does fit. But this is because we schedule too many things in our meetings. And so the president and the superintendent need to put more realistic times on our items, not 10 minutes for things like that last one. So I propose we postpone the DQR to either next Thursday or some other meeting, and we hear the assessment report.
I propose we go through it all.
I propose, I agree. Let's go through it all till the cats come home, or whatever the phrase is.
I might leave at the adjournment time. You'll leave at the
So-
adjournment time? Me too.
So that's
Well,
my
there'll still be a
question. Which,
quorum
Not
here.
early at the.
if we're going
Aye,
to do
there'll
one
still be a
or the
quorum.
other, which one do we want to do tonight?
It is your call. We will talk about the 100 days at the next meeting. That is, it is your choice. It really is. That, I can see value in both of them. So whichever one you would like to go with is perfectly fine. We're prepared to present on both. If you want us to shorten the amount of time, we're prepared to do that. If you want us to not do one, we're prepared to do that.
So let me ask one at a time. Knowing that it is almost 9:30, we would need to have a motion to extend the meeting for some period of time because we're close to 10 o'clock. I'm going to ask one at a time. Do you want to have one or both of these items tonight? And will you personally, having said that, would you stay for the entire meeting? And I will add an editorial comment, which is we have already postponed the DQR presentation once. So I personally am interested in, even though it's an hour presentation, I'm personally interested in hearing it tonight. And that's why I was asking, how critical is it that we do the trimester one benchmark? As much as I appreciate Assistant Superintendent Bauer staying this whole meeting.
And Ms. Vickford.
And yes, so let me ask, and we'll go with the majority here.
We'll offer it up on the chopping block again. If you want to postpone, it's perfectly fine on the 100-day plan. I'll wrap the two together. I don't agree with it, but we can easily do it.
Ellen, are you going to
Yes.
query us?
Yes, I am. That's what I just said.
Okay.
So
you made a
trustee
comment. Who's
Gutierrez,
next?
one item, two items, and would you stay for the whole thing?
I will stay for the whole thing, which is fine. I would
And
prefer to
both
list.
items?
I would. First choice would be both items. Out of respect for the personnel who are here.
Mhm.
If not, if I have to choose, which I think I'm being asked to choose, I would like to find out about the SQ on the DQR findings.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Lambert, what? And will you stay for the?
will stay as long as I'm cognizant.
Well,
Okay.
I'll walk you out, Bill. I'll walk you out.
So,
I have to be.
so both of us have offered up the presentation. So it's either one. It's
Okay.
perfectly
Okay,
fine.
my preference would be to do the DQR report and postpone the trimester one, and I commit to staying for the entire rest of the meeting, however it goes. Trustee Coladonado.
I would like to hear the assessment results and have the DQR rolled into the similarly themed item in the next meeting. And I expect to leave at the adjournment time,
Which adjournment time?
the one printed on the agenda.
9:55?
Correct.
Okay.
So I
you-
think the trimester one benchmark assessment results can happen in that amount of time. So that's why I'd like to have it. And I'd like us to all be fresh and cognizant when we hear something as important as the DQR and SQR, not 4 hours into a meeting. We should put it near the front of the meeting next time.
So I think I heard you say two different things, that you want to do both tonight, but you'll leave at 9:55.
No.
You want to one thing.
I didn't say anything like that. I said the DQR should be rolled into the similarly themed item in our subsequent January 21st meeting, the
Okay.
100-day plan, which is what Superintendent Rudolph offered.
Mhm.
And I think if we ask staff to give us the benchmark assessment results report in 10 to 15 minutes, they could do that. We could ask questions and be out of here by the published adjournment time. So I strongly prefer that. And I think I'll be leaving at the published time.
Okay, Trustee Nelson?
I'm here for the duration. I would say I feel exactly the same way as Trustee Gutierrez. Do both. Stay till it's over. It's what I signed up for when I ran for office.
And I will editorialize that you have left many meetings early, Trustee
Ellen,
Nelson.
I will editorialize that you need to set up these. I didn't say
was a
anything
bird.
like Mr. Coldonado did, as I think you need better leadership skills in how you organize
circus
your
is
meetings.
in session.
I would
So,
just
let's
say
not editorialize,
I would-
okay?
I would just
Peace.
say that I have to ride my bike home, which is a 38-minute ride if I'm riding fast.
I have
So
a van
promise-
that-
I promise you, we will move as quickly as possible to get the presentation back.
I have
Okay,
a
so-
van.
Just from a safety standpoint.
Yeah, so
of riding my
Trustee,
bike home at 11.
Superintendent Rudolph, let me request then, I want you to be safe on the way home, and I want to give your 1 hour presentation no,
I want to give it an hour.
yeah,
Right,
I
right.
would like to hear the entire presentation, give it the respect it deserves. And so I'm going to say, let's do the trimester one benchmark, and
Let's
I-
start with that and then let's see where we are and then we'll make a decision from there.
And-
They have worked extremely hard
Yeah.
to get this presentation done. Let's let them go forward and then.
And
Agreed.
I don't think you need to try, my opinion is this report is so important, we shouldn't try to have it done in 10 minutes either, so.
Agreed.
So Ms.
I
Bauer.
move to go to the next item without, and end any discussion that we're having right now.
I just called Ms. Bauer up.
Okay, so thanks for having us. We are here tonight. Tara and I are here tonight to present to you the results of our trimester 1 benchmarks that we gave in November. Our outcomes tonight are to really give you an overview of our data and our assessment system, School City, give you an overview of how we developed our new benchmarks, highlight our results, and then kind of talk to you a little bit about our next steps and what we've been doing since the benchmarks and in preparation for trimester 2. We transitioned over the summer to a new assessment system. We had an old system called SchoolNet. It really did not meet our needs. And so we made the decision to transfer over to School City during the summer. But due to that decision, while we had benchmarks in March last year that we had created to align to the new assessments, the new assessment system caused us to recreate our benchmarks this year. So with that, keep in mind that our results from our benchmark data are really baseline data because we won't have the opportunity to compare the validity to SBAC until after our second round of testing. The nice part about School City is it does provide a variety of things that SchoolNet did not. Our students are taking their tests online. It has universal tools, which are similar to what the students will see when they take the SBAC, so they get practice. They have the reporting system is better, much better than in SchoolNet for teachers, principals, and the district. And there's immediate results. Students are able to see how they did. Teachers can see how their students did as well. Okay.
So our benchmarks were developed through a pretty thorough process. An assessment task force comprised of teachers, instructional coaches, and administrators was formed to collaboratively create our assessments that focused on the state standards as well as focusing on the SBAC and really making sure we have alignment to both. So among other discussions, the task force had really thoughtful conversations about the type of assessments we would create, whether we would do summative or predictive tests. Summative tests, of course, are assessing only what was taught up to that point in the year, while the predictive tests cover the range of all of the standards for the year, not just the ones that have been taught. So the predictive tests would allow us to measure progress on the standards that were taught, as well as give us information on where the students are with the standards that haven't yet been taught. They also allow us to measure progress on students and their growth throughout the year from benchmark to benchmark. For those reasons, the task force determined that our benchmark assessments would be predictive in nature. So after the type and the features were determined, draft benchmarks were created and taken back to the task force for input and revision. Thank you. There are multiple purposes for using our benchmarks. One, of course, is to provide information about our students' mastery of standards, also providing evidence about what students need and how teachers can provide for those student needs. They also provide students with opportunities to practice the item types that they will be seeing on the state assessments. And they also give us the ability to help predict the results that we'll have in the SBAC.
Okay, so we're going to take you through the results. I know you have all of these charts. What we're going to share with you tonight are the results district-wide. In your packet, you have all the school-wide results as well. A couple things to remember. The results here are mean percent correct. So for example, here, if you look at grade 1 students across our district, the mean percent correct or the average score was 72% on that assessment across the district for all students. In addition, we've put a blue line, horizontal line, that represents where we have targeted where students should be scoring at the end of trimester 1 to be on track for mastering standards throughout the year. Because remember, these are predictive assessments. And what you see here is you're going to see a trend, and this is a trend where our first graders scored pretty high, and the trend goes downward, grades 1 to 5. You're going to see this trend throughout K-5 and language arts. Not going. And I don't, oh wait, I did go and I'm blind, sorry. It's late. I know, I just didn't see it. When we get, now where you're gonna see for the rest of the graphs, this is all students in each grade level compared to the subgroup. So for example, here are English language learners compared to all students. And you can see the downward trend from 1st through 5th continues. And then we have, again, a gap between what students and the overall are performing and how our English language learners are performing. What we did add to these graphs at the bottom is you can see the number of students in the cohort. So for example, in grade 1 in our district, we have 176 English language learners. So that ties to the percentage to help you. Socioeconomically disadvantaged, we see the same trend, continuing that downward from 1st grade to 5th with the gap. Similar for students with disabilities, although you can see really here, especially with 5th grade, our 5th grade students with disabilities are pretty far below our target line. And then the trend reverses itself with our Asian subgroup, where they're actually outperforming all students in the district. And then reverses back again for our Hispanic Latino students, with again, 5th grade being significantly or below the line in the target. And then again, white is more similar to our Asian subgroup where they're outperforming all. And we move on to 6th through 8th grade. So here you're going to be able to see all, and then you'll see the 2 middle schools. And you can look at the comparisons. Overall, the trend here is a little bit different, although the trend maintains itself for middle school with lower scores in 6th grade, higher scores in 7th grade, and then trending down in 8th grade. And again, we see English language learners here, the green bar, you have all in 6th through 8, and then for the green, it's English learners in 6th through 8th grade. And then you have Crittenden and Graham. So you can see the progress, and again, the trend is going to be similar across the board. Socioeconomically disadvantaged students, students with disabilities, our Asian subgroup, Hispanic Latino, and then again, our students, our white students. So a couple of things that I want to highlight as we go through. Our 1st grade students did very well. The thing to keep in mind is in 1st grade and trimester 1, that test is read aloud. The students are not responsible for reading that test. They're not ready to. So things changed because we asked them to do more of the reading as they move on in the year. And those scores trended downward with all of our subgroups in 1st to 5th. And there's, I think, some variables in there. The 1st and 2nd grade tests are all multiple choice, but the 3rd through 5th grade tests are much more difficult. They have a whole variety of technology enhanced items. So items that they're going to see on the SBAC. They have to maybe choose multiple correct answers. There's not just one, or they have to drag and drop, or they have to fill in an answer. They have to rearrange sentences. So it's quite a different experience for our kids. And I think while it's a good experience, I think that some of that variability we see that's why we see some variability in the results. And again, our younger students have had the opportunity of having some Common Core instruction for kindergarten and 1st grade. Our 5th grade students haven't. So we have to keep that in mind. I think the other piece for middle school is that when we went back to review our test, the majority of the questions for 6th, 7th, and 8th were majority multiple choice. So we're actually rewriting some items for second trimester to up the level of rigor for the benchmark. So I think we'll see some changes in the scores. So for math, we have a very different trend line, which is interesting here. Same thing, around 37% is our target. However, now we see third and fourth grade being lower all the way through elementary. One of the things we talked about was third grade is really the beginning of multiplication and division. Fourth grade is fractions. And those are big, meaty topics for kids. And we're just guesstimating that that may lead to some of the difference in scoring. So you're going to see similar trends here with there's still a gap all compared to our subgroups with the exception of our Asian and white subgroups. But the scores here tend to be a little bit more consistent than they do in language arts. You can see our majority of our kids hitting our target line. Even students with disabilities pretty close. Again, a trend reverses Hispanic Latino meeting our target line, and our white students. So then we get into math. Math is very different middle school from elementary. We also see more flat scores across all the grade levels, not peaks and valleys like we did for language arts. And I think here the gap is much more significant as we get into looking at our math. When we look at all, and then we start looking at our subgroups like English language learners, definitely having more struggles in math as we're moving forward. Socioeconomically disadvantaged, our students with disabilities, Hispanic, Latino, our white students. Okay, so I think really I highlighted a little bit of our thoughts about grades 1 through 5. I think for 6 through 8, one of the things we keep talking about is math is such a different subject area than language arts. So in language arts, for example, you start working on reading comprehension from kindergarten on, and you hear reading comprehension. You work on strategies for reading comprehensions in first grade and second grade and third grade all the way through. And so kids get this constant spiraling and practice. In math, it's not the same. So you learn multiplication and division, the basics of it in third grade. It doesn't spiral back. You're expected to know it in fourth grade. So I think we're not doing, we need to do a better job in our elementary grades of really building our students' math knowledge so that they're really able to fluently use all of the skills they've learned to apply to the higher levels of math, both in middle school and prepare them for high school. So a little bit about next steps. Tara and I created a data protocol, which we trained all of our coaches and principals in. It's a pilot. It's a way for our principals to look at data, to choose a piece of data that they want, to start looking at it from the big picture, then narrow it down. So maybe we look at district data, then we look at school data. How do you narrow it down to grade level, to your classroom, and to your individual student? And how do you use that to make instructional decisions? Because in the end, the purpose of the benchmarks is not about us looking at the data as much as it's about teachers using it and schools using it to make instructional decisions. So that data analysis with the protocol happened at the November 30th Staff Development Day, as well as at staff meetings, depending on the site. All of our sites had 2 great days of training with Cambridge Education based on the results of their SQR and using their data. They really did some great work looking at their site plans, looking at their strategies, and really targeting in and making some revisions. So they're in the process right now of revising their site plans based on those 2 days. And then again, we're humans. We're creating benchmark assessments, and this is not what we went to school for, but we work really hard at it. But what we're trying to do is making sure that just like we did at the end in trimester 2, we're getting feedback from our teachers. So we did send a survey. We asked for feedback. How did it go? What's easy for you? What's hard for you? All of that. And we're using that information as we revise the trimester 2 assessments and get them ready to go.
Thank you. So now we're on to clarifying questions by the board, and then we'll have community comments, and then we'll have substantive comments by the board. So clarifying questions, I think we're up to Trustee Nelson. 1 minute.
Yeah, based on the DQR, one of the suggestions is that we actually use data to drive our decisions. And it says the district decisions are not sufficiently informed by data. Is it possible to use the median as the central value measure? Does your software allow you to pull out the median rather than an average?
We probably could.
Okay, so you don't know for sure.
No, I'd have to go back.
Okay, what I really like to see is a median as the central value measure, because that tells how many students are above it, 50% are above it, 50% are below it. The other thing, and this is quartiles, the upper and the lower quartiles. How do I say that?
Quartiles.
Quartiles, which says 25% of the students are above this, 25% are below it. So you get a central value measure, which is the median, and you get those two quartiles, and you can show it with a box plot. And all of that is in the 6th grade Common Core standards. So our 7th grade students should be able to explain it to their teachers if their teachers don't understand it, if they're social studies teachers. Or
Beep.
Rudy could explain it to us if there's members of the board that don't understand that. But I think
Trustee
we need to up
Nelson.
our,
You like others to follow the rules.
you're right.
Okay. Trustee Gutierrez. So I would like to hear from you maybe again or an elaboration of how you're using these with the Cambridge Education Group. What I think I heard you say is that the individual sites are working cooperatively and eagerly with Cambridge Education. And if that is so, I'm happy to hear it. I'm wondering, you know, is there some resistance to, you know, this new, more challenging kinds of results?
I think that, well, so let's start with Cambridge. So with Cambridge, each school brought a team. They spent 2 days, and part of what they did was they used their data and then their site plan. And they tried to make sure that what was happening in their site plan was really addressing the needs in their data. So they spent time really digging through it, looking at their strategies, talking with their team. I felt like those 2 days, there was a lot of positive energy. The teams left very energized. Some of them made slight changes to their plan. Some of them made fairly significant changes to their plan. But they left with a plan in place to go back to work with the rest of their staff. And that's what's been happening. And so the energy and the feedback I'm getting is very positive in that realm. I think with anything new, you can't make everyone happy. Data is data, benchmarks are what they are. And like I said, we're human, we're trying to make them useful for teachers. And when you do a predictive test as opposed to a summative test, the use is a little bit different. So predictive wise, you can't have as many items to test a certain standard because you're going to stretch it out. And some teachers like that and some don't. On a summative test, you only test what you have, and then you don't have any way of knowing what kids are doing or what kids are able to do on other standards that are taught. So we're trying to wade the waters. We have Tara's just collecting the survey results, and we're going to really read those, use those to make revisions, because in the end, we want these to be useful for our teachers.
Thank you. And I'm going to stop right here and say that assuming that we're not going to have the DQR report, it's getting close to 10, and I think we're not going to be done by 10. So I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting till 10:30.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to extend the meeting till 10:30. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
I heard an aye from Gutierrez, Lambert, and Wheeler,
And me.
and Lambert. So that's 4. And Coladonado, trustee Nelson, what's your vote?
He abstained.
Okay, so 4-0-1, Ms. Loga. Okay, thank you. Trustee Coladonado, your clarifying question?
I have none.
All right, thank you.
I know we have a public comment, but I just want to add one thing. What the DQR is hinting at is not so much about the type of information that we have. I think we're a data-rich district. What it is asserting is that when you go throughout the schools and when you ask people how data is used, the comment is that data isn't being used to drive a lot of decisions. And I think there are programmatic decisions that we make. There are also decisions that we've made in the past that weren't rooted in a true analysis of what's actually taking place. And so what the DQR is actually hinting at is not the format, but instead the use of the actual data that we have prevalent on a day-to-day basis. And that's on every single level, all the way down to, are we looking at data to look at whether a kid qualifies for special ed? And are we looking at data as to whether or not we need to make adjustments to our instructional program? So I just want to say that is really the essence of the comment, as opposed to the actual type of data that's being presented at any given point in time.
Was that addressed to me?
That was addressed to the board.
No, and I'll talk about this about the accountability. It's just to clarify, because I had a conversation with them, is to clarify that that's the essence of what they're trying to say. It does not mean that the reports that we have are necessarily user-friendly on any level. What it simply says is that we're not using the data that we readily have available. And if you think about it, when the DQR and the SQR actually took place, this assessment didn't take place yet. So what they were using was the information based off of previous assessments, and they were asking questions about, over the past X amount of years, how has data been used in the district? So I just want to clarify, it's not about this particular report, that the two
Oh,
aren't-
yeah, I understand it wasn't
yeah.
about this particular report. I'm just talking
Okay.
about upping our game.
Thank you. We're going to go on to community comments. I've got one community comment card. Any others? Okay, Mr. Lachter, we're going to continue with the 1-minute comments.
This won't even take me a minute. I'm Joel Lachter, and Steve stole my comment, basically. This kind of data I look at a lot in my job, and it would be much more useful to have something that gives you distributional information like the box plots, Tukey box plots. You can get them for free using R.
Thank you. Okay, substantive comments by the board, and then we'll go on to the end of the meeting. Trustee Gutierrez. Okay, Trustee Lambert. No comments from me.
Okay, I have comments. I'll make them quickly, though. I just want to thank staff from Dr. Rudolph to extending to everyone that I think this is great progress, that I really like that we're doing a lot of hard work to get data that we can actually use to improve our students' outcomes, which I don't feel like we've done a good enough job in the past, but I feel like we're on the right track to do a great job at it. So I just want to say good job.
Thank you.
On that part. I also loved that in there it said that we would, like in the last sentence of the last page, it says, we aim to get single plans for student achievement out in the early fall. I really like that because we did it like in October and November this year. Early fall to me sounds like September. That's better too. That's better for planning if the principals and teachers can start using those plans earlier. Another thing I'm thankful for is the number of students in each bucket is in this report, which was a specific request that I know I made at a prior meeting. And I'll finish my last one, but going slightly over. I submitted a question about the distribution, how it's presented and the average and stuff. Since then, I think that it might be most helpful to me if we bucketed the students in each bar into how many are predicted to exceed, meet, or not meet standards. So if we had 3 bars for each one, that would give sufficiently detailed distribution information, and we could like add up all the exceed numbers and say, oh, so we're on track to hit this number. But that's impossible to do with the data as presented.
Well, I think because it's the first year that we use these assessments, it's hard to make some type of correlative value as to
yeah.
whether or not.
Oh.
So next year, we should be able to predict with a little bit more accuracy a kid that is currently on this level, the likelihood of them passing. So our goal is after we get a year under the belt and see how aligned the two assessments are, the SBAC to this, we'll be able to make some better results.
That's it.
Okay,
Thanks.
trustee Nelson.
Yeah, I wanted to compliment you also for putting the numbers that go into each of the bucket, because that's something I asked too, and it makes it a big difference. And so I'm glad, incremental improvements, continuous improvements, CI. The other thing is, the median and quadriles and box plots and whisker plots are standard statistical way to handle populations. So I think everybody in this district, certainly at the district office level and the administrative level, should be able to do this thing that we ask sixth graders to do now that we have the Common Core. They've upgraded the math component of statistics. There is no reason we can't do this. And that gives the problem, Greg, is because we do it with the numbers that we have, then we find out where the bars are. And then you know what the distribution is. Gee, over the whole district, we had this really wide distribution in math, but we don't have as nearly a wide distribution as English language stuff. So
I think our
you
staff,
still haven't convinced me.
I think our staff
And we will
did
have this discussion for a long time.
I think our staff did an amazing job considering that this is their first time out doing it. And, to sort of echo what Greg just highlighted is that previously you didn't have this. And so if you allow us to continue to grow in this area, I think that would be great. And so as opposed, just if you could provide us with feedback and let it be constructive, I think that would be great. So
we did have this
great job,
last-
ladies.
Guys, we had this last year.
Time's up.
So
there was an
Time's up.
assessment that was done last year on the quad
Time's up.
thing.
So thank you to our presenters and the committee. Everybody, thank you very much. Go on to item 10, board updates, and ask everybody to just send in your comments, written comments to trustee Lilga. Executive Assistant Lilga. Go on to item 11, items for future agendas. Anything to say here?
Yeah, I still don't see, I haven't looked at whether the new federal law has gone down to the state, but I still don't see it on there as each of this, I can't remember what the thing called, the report card for each
SARCs.
school, SARS.
The school accountability report
The
card.
school accountability report card needs to be approved by us before the end of January. It doesn't matter if it's January 29th.
Next board meeting.
Huh?
Next board meeting.
Yeah, it's not
Okay,
listed under
'cause-
anticipated topics, but.
Oh, it is?
No, it's not, but
Yeah.
it could.
But there are some topics that are sort of like.
Yeah, I know,
they
I
come
know,
up
but
and you
it
don't-
is in past years gotten forgotten. Last year, it wasn't forgotten at all, but so
No, yeah,
since it's a new guy,
we're working on it. Yes, 21st.
you guys are good, so I don't.
And I'll mention that traditionally we do our CSBA reports, 3 minutes each person. I normally write mine, so that's the bar that I set for everybody, and people normally don't take that challenge.
I think it's a
But,
good challenge. I
But
think
it's not
a-
on the agenda.
Yes, it will be on the agenda on February 4th. So
Got it.
Okay, there's an item I'd like to have on our closed session, and that is, it has been half a year since we hired a new superintendent. I would like to have a superintendent performance, what do you want to call it? This discussion in closed session. I think after half a year, it's a good time for us to formally talk to the superintendent about things that are good, things that aren't good. I don't think we should wait a year until we
So
talk to.
February,
Pardon?
I
February?
mean, it sounds productive to me
Mhm.
to have a closed meeting where
Right.
we
So
have an
February.
open back and forth.
February.
I support that idea.
Okay, February, either the 4th
So
or the
there's 3 people
25th.
who,
Yes.
okay. So there are 3 people in favor of that.
Yes.
The thing that I think that it might be worth considering, there are several bills
Mm.
before the legislature that some of which I'm in favor of, and some of which other board members may be in favor of. We've taken a position and written a letter to legislators in the past when we liked some legislation. I think that we should consider whether we do another one of those for some of these bills that are in the Education Committee.
Yeah, so we
you
can
have
talk about those as they come up. And also, Dr. Clark, are you going to be presenting to us some sort of Governor Brown? Okay, great.
Energy budget, governor's proposed budget. There it is.
There we go.
So
All
should
right,
I bring the
good.
specific items, the bills that I
That-
think that
that
I would
you're
propose we
interested
support?
in,
I'll bring them
yeah.
to the next meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
It's better that we do this early than we do it after the bill is already.
Already failed.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's early in the legislative session. All right, future board meeting dates, we have this all down. Adjournment, 10:05.
So you have a special meeting, right?
We're going to have a special meeting. We're going to get a doodle poll about when that will be. Yeah. So, Bill, can I talk to you? Yeah,
I brought my analog timer. Except for I can't turn it into a 1 minute time.